open session. Roll call, please.
Carlson, Vieira, Maniscalco, here. Hurtak, Goods, Miranda, and Citro.
I am here as well. We have left off, and now we are hearing agenda items number 8, 9, and 10 together. However, an important person who I was hoping was going to be here is not. Do we have Tampa Fire Rescue online?
If you wouldn't mind deferring those items, I think Chief Tripp had a conflict at lunch, and so she may not be back yet.
Okay, then let's go with agenda item number 11, to be heard with agenda item number 12. We will be hearing them together, but voting on them separately.
Good afternoon, City Council. Mike Schmidt, Assistant City Attorney. We're here on items number 11 and 12, and if we could get we submitted a PowerPoint, if we could get a PowerPoint up.
Then that's, I know, we have so many other people that, yes, yeah, Mary. Yes. Yes, please proceed.
Okay. There was a PowerPoint submitted with this. I'm not sure. There we go.
IT, there
All
you
right,
go.
perfect.
Can we have it up on our screens on the dais, please?
All right. We're here because back several months ago, I brought forward a agenda item to amend 23.5. That is dealing with civil citations, and we wanted to designate skateboarding as a lesser offense, making it a $75 lowest category punishment offense, so that if there were ever any violations of skateboarding, that it would be as a civil citation. When I brought this to City Council asked it that, had a motion that we come back to also look at 25172. It had not been revised since 1995, and so City Council asked that we come back, look at it. We've met with Mobility. Brandon Campbell with Mobility is here today also. So we've been working with Mobility for the last couple of months to review what other cities are doing and what we could do to update our ordinance. So based on that, I will try to go through this really fast. So recommendations are going to be that we designate penalty as a civil citation. We add a definition for skateboarding, and transportation purposes. We remove the prohibition from downtown and Ybor except for 7th Avenue. We consider removal of roller skates and inline skates, and we remove any authorization preempted by state laws. As I said, this was originally a motion that I brought forward. And presently 25172, skateboard, coasters, and other similar devices are prohibited to operate or ride on any street, roadway, sidewalk in downtown, any sidewalk in Ybor, and public ramps and private property unless permission is granted. Oops. And then there's presently also, it states for roller skates and inline skates, those are prohibited to operate or ride on, likewise, streets, roadways, sidewalks, and then areas between 6th, 7th, and 8th, private property and public property where it's posted. So 23.5, as I was mentioning, establishes fine amounts from classes 1 to 4. We were asking this to be a class 1, the lowest amount for $75. Presently, if I hadn't already said so, or I certainly have said so in the past, it's presently punishable as a notice to appear to county court, and that's what we are now trying to make it go. Instead of going to county criminal court, this would just be a civil citation, so we're reducing it pretty dramatically. So here's 23.5, Schedule 1. As you see, the underlined section in the right column, 25172 was added. Chapter 316 is our uniform traffic laws. The city may not enact any ordinance on a matter covered by 316, expressly covered, unless it's authorized. 316-0085 covers governmental liability. Specifically, to understand, skate parks were added here to encourage cities to allow skaters, inline skaters, even bikes to have a place to go, because oftentimes a lot of cities prohibit them from sidewalks and things like that, because sidewalks are meant for pedestrians, and a lot of cities have determined not to allow skateboards on sidewalks. The legislature made it so that to encourage a place for skaters to be, for cities to have a place for skaters designated, and the city would not be liable for injuries that happen at skate parks, basically. So the city currently has 3 such parks. There's also private skateboard parks for people to go who want to skate. We looked at other cities. We've looked at Orlando, Miami, every surrounding city. I mean, we looked at least 10 cities. In the end, we found Orlando had a definition of skateboarding and transportation purposes. We heard city council to say that they wanted us to consider whether or not, by us staff, to consider whether or not skateboards could be used on sidewalk for transportation purposes, so that they could be allowed even downtown to go to work. So Orlando recently had amended theirs. We, after looking at all the cities we looked at, it looked like Orlando covered what city council was asking us to consider. So the definitions that we're recommending is skateboard, and it's defined there, skateboarding, and then, as I said, transportation purposes. So it would allow transportation purposes, basically would allow somebody to take their skateboard now downtown, whereas currently it's prohibited. You would allow it to be on the sidewalks for transportation purposes. So if you're going to work, you could skateboard. If you're going just from point A to point B, you could skateboard downtown on the sidewalk. But it could only be done if you're doing it for transportation purposes. So if somebody is deciding to do tricks on public property, doing the, grinding on public property or whatever that is, that would not be allowed. That wouldn't fall within the definition of a transportation purpose. All right, so the recommended language, skateboarding would be prohibited on all public property owned or controlled by the city and on all public property owned and controlled by other governmental entities except for transportation purposes. If the person is skateboarding yields a right-of-way to pedestrians, gives an audible signal before overtaking and passing a pedestrian, or as may be specifically authorized by appropriate governmental entity. Notwithstanding the above, skateboarding would be prohibited still on just 7th Avenue and on private property in the city, and also property controlled by the city as specified there. All right, and it would require a helmet for those under 16. That's consistent with state law under Chapter 316. Bikes are currently, that language actually came straight out of Chapter 316, talking about when bikes are required to have helmets. And again, it would make it a Class 1 violation. So this is what we're asking City Council to consider. It's the need to allow different forms of transportation to safely use sidewalks, to modernize the ordinance. Parts of the current ordinance state that you can skate on the streets between certain hours. We would need to remove that. There's a preemption in state statute that skates cannot be on streets, so that has to be removed anyways. We need to promote transportation and not damage property. Present facilities allow public and private locations for skating, and we still want to prohibit on 7th Avenue because there is still a high pedestrian area there, and there's still very many avenues to get around Ybor without being on 7th. So that is what we would like City Council to consider. We are prepared to bring back for first read the ordinance if City Council agrees with those recommendations, and we would bring back an ordinance changing it from the Class 1 that we previously proposed, and also all these changes to 25172. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I want to say I appreciate you really focusing on letting skateboarding be a method of transportation. and that we're taking rollerblading and roller skates out, which is really funny. I can only imagine what it was like when we actually had to have that ordinance. But people still use those for transit as well. My only concern is the $75 fine. I still think that's difficult for kids. So that's an area that I would like to hear from other council members on, but I appreciate you working diligently to make skateboarding more of a transportation issue while keeping it away from places that legally it's not supposed to be.
Councilman Carlson.
Yes, thanks for reviewing this. As I said when we first brought this up, I don't think we should have fines for skateboarding. I was not a big skateboarder. I think Chair Citro was, and so he can probably weigh in better than any of us. But I had lots of friends who were skateboarders, and I think it can hurt our city's reputation for handing out lots of tickets to skateboarders. It seems to me that instead of looking at whether they're using it for transportation or not, which would be hard for a kid to understand. I'm trying to think of my 13-year-old or 12-year-old trying to figure out what's transportation versus something else. It seems like if there was some kind of fine, that it would be around destruction of property or intimidation of other people. Like if you're riding fast and you run into somebody who's disabled or something like that, that would be more what the fine would be, instead of just if someone is riding along and then they spin around in the other direction, does that mean that they're not using it as a transportation method anymore, or did they change direction? When you looked at other cities, did other cities just look at it from kind of the damage or intimidation standpoint instead of how they're riding it?
So it's already required that they follow the rules of pedestrians when they're on the sidewalks. So as long as they're on the sidewalks, they shouldn't be knocking people down or anything like that.
And what about like if they're riding on, there are those guards on the side of benches and things so they can't.
Right.
Right. And is there a specific fine for that that's separate than this?
So that's why we were defining what transportation would be, because as long as you're operating for the purpose of transportation and then it defines what, leaving in the ground to do tricks and things like that.
I guess my question is, what's the downside of taking this out altogether, not having any fines? It seems like if the pedestrian thing is covered in that they can't intimidate pedestrians, if there's some way that we can just prohibit destruction of property, then why can't they spin around and do whatever they want to do on the sidewalk or in Curtis Hickson Park or whatever?
Certainly, we're here to consider anything, but we found it to be a lot more difficult to sit there and describe a laundry list of things you can't do rather than just define what you can do, which is for transportation purposes. And it was difficult to come up with a laundry list of all the things that somebody can't do. That is more, we have looked at other cities. A lot of other cities just flat out don't allow skateboarding in certain areas, downtowns, areas where there's pedestrians, for the concerns of knocking somebody over, and things like that.
And I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I'm particularly sensitive to this issue because the whole fight over the Bro Bowl, and that caused tremendous angst in our community and got us a lot of bad publicity. So I want to make sure that we don't do anything to do that again. But I would rather reduce and take away the fines, except in the case of property damage or intimidation or hurting someone. But I'll yield to the skateboarder.
Councilman Goose.
I have to disagree with a little bit of this. You have to have consequences for your actions, be it kids or not. Skateboarding on sidewalks. When you have people that are traveling, walking, pedestrians, some people are not courteous. Some people are just not courteous. Most of your average skateboarders are between teenage kids, probably between 15 and about, I would say maybe 18. And if they're an avid skateboarder, probably between the ages maybe 17 and 24. Those are your real skateboarders. You don't have small little kids skateboarding. I mean, been around the cop too long to know skateboarding. But you're talking about two things, Mr. Carlson. When it's destruction of property, that's criminal mischief. That's a different element versus someone just, it's an intentional act. It's no different if you have a parking violation. You park your car, and you have to park your car. Parking violation is probably about $20 $25. You know, I can go with reducing the skateboarding fine down, but not to have any fine, no. Because, or to where you have a first occurrence, the police officer can put the person's name in the database. If they've been warned once or warned twice, maybe the third time, now you get a citation for $10-15. But you gotta have consequence for your actions for repeat violators. I'm still hesitant about having skateboards. To me, I don't view skateboarding as a means of transportation. I mean, some do. I respect everybody's opinion, but I don't. I mean, to me, skateboarding is a fun activity. You can get around, but most kids I see, most bigger teenage kids that are, just got with their friends going around. It could be a way of getting around, but when you define transportation, I don't really see it that way. What I see is a lot of kids at times when I was out there, sometimes they're just being a jerk. Just riding skateboards on the sidewalks, and they don't care if they hit anybody, and then it's like, things happen. But I don't believe you put anybody in jail. I don't believe them going to court for a first appearance or notice to appear and all that kind of stuff. I don't believe in that. But I do believe that it should be maybe a small $10 to $15 thing. But again, looking at occurrences, first, second time, then maybe the last time you finally hit them with something. But not to give anything. I couldn't go along with not giving anything.
Councilman Miranda.
I just want to ask a question for the counselor. And I realize and I know that the river walk is an animal there. A lot of people use it for many things. What about skateboarding there? Is that allowed or not?
Well,
You want to answer that one? I think as proposed, it would be allowed for the same purposes, for transportation purposes, but not for,
it is a city,
Well, they must all be late for work because they fly by with it.
it is.
I can tell you that. And what happened is somebody, not today, hope never, but somebody's going to hit somebody in the back. They're going to fall. And that river walk is not made out of clay or rubber. It's made out of hard material. And when your head hits there, you don't have a helmet like the Buccaneers do. You may
Understood.
have a permanent concussion.
I would add that when the Riverwalk
Can you
was.
state your name for us, please?
Oh, yes, Brandon Campbell, Smart Mobility Manager. I would add that when the Riverwalk was funded, part of that grant application funding, I know it's been discussed, but as a multi-use path, other devices beyond just walking would be allowed on the river.
I'm not disputing all that at all. I'm just saying at the end of the day, when somebody does that, somebody's going to be responsible for that person getting hurt, and it's not going to be me. That's all.
Anyone else? Councilman Maniscalco.
To maybe come to an agreement on this, what if we structured it, first time a warning, second time $10, third time $25, and max it at $25? No? No?
I don't know the issue with that.
I mean, it's not
Yeah.
zero and it's not a
Something.
crazy amount.
Anyone else? Not to get off subject, I have the opinion that all non-ADA compliant motorized vehicles should not be on sidewalks. Anything that has a motor should not be on sidewalks. We have electric bikes now that are capable of doing 30 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen. They're on sidewalks. We have scooters on sidewalks. We have those one-wheeled contraptions that are on sidewalks. Tampa does not have the infrastructure to get those non-ADA motorized vehicles off the sidewalks and onto a different designated path. Having said that, as a former thrasher, and I still would be if I didn't do a scorpion that almost broke my back. Scorpion is where you bend over backwards and your feet touch the back of your head. Skateboarding is not illegal. Acts of vandalism are. Acts of property damage are. Acts of personal injury, injury to another are. I see many people that are using skateboards to get to and from work. I see a lot of people doing pipes on the sides of building out here. There's a big difference. I personally cannot support any type of fine to a skateboarder who is using a skateboard as a transportation. Somebody that does pipes on the side of a building, and they're damaging a building, or they run into a car, sure, fine them for that. But skateboarding shouldn't be illegal. What is the pleasure of council?
I believe, my feeling is, I believe you gotta have something to, enhance the ability of them thinking not to do it again. And if you're gonna have just a continuous, don't do it again, Harry or Charlie or Mary or Apple, whatever, that ain't gonna resonate. Maybe the first time, no, but we gotta have something in the second and third time, and it can't be constant. A $25 fine is like $1.50 when I was a kid. That's what it amounts to.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Councilman Moran, are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. That's where I think criminal mischief comes into play. So I'm not going to support any type of fines. I said that before, I'll just say it again. I really do appreciate the defining of skateboarding and allowing it on sidewalks. I think it's appropriate. And I see a lot of skateboarders on the bus. When so people use it for that last mile transit. So I do see it used. I probably see at least one skateboarder on the bus when I'm on there. So I really cannot support any type of fine.
Did you want to make a statement before I go to Councilman Carlson?
Maybe one thing would be interesting of council to know, I pulled the stats for our motor scooters. Those got passed a couple years ago, as you know, to be allowed to be used on the sidewalks. They are currently a civil citation punishable by a $75 fine. I pulled the stats. There has been one citation issued in the couple of years that has been allowed. So officers, and then I pulled skateboarding stats. In 10 years of skateboarding, the last 10 years, 8 offense reports were opened, of which very few actually resulted in anything. So predominantly what you see is officers are always using their discretion and providing warnings. Officers are not out there looking to write citations for skateboarding, for motor scooters. They are issuing warnings.
Councilwoman Hurtak, then I'm going to go to Councilman Carlson.
Thank you. But generally, scooter riders legally have to be 18. They're required to be 18 to ride one of those motorized scooters, if I'm remembering things correctly. And again, I really feel like criminal mischief, if there's something going on, the officer can still give a warning under criminal mischief and can still then give a fine based on criminal mischief. I think we're just adding something to where it doesn't need to be added.
Councilman Carlson.
3 things real fast. Number one, you talk about how these haven't been used very much, but it seems like these kinds of policies are not abused by the officer's discretion, but if somebody above them sets a policy, like with biking while black, it was a policy from above that based on the news coverage, incentivized officers, compensated them for writing more tickets. And so if we got a mayor in the future who didn't like skateboarding and wanted skateboarders off the street, it seems like they could abuse it by giving instructions of police to get incentives to write tickets. And so that's why I would like to protect the public by not having that on. I think, to be fair, your original idea in coming to us was to reduce the fine. And so unless I'm wrong, to have no fine, we would have to undo the existing ordinance.
As the ordinance currently stands, it's punishable by a notice to appear at a county criminal court.
It's a what, sir? I can't hear you.
It's a notice to appear at a county criminal court. And that's the way it currently is. So the original idea was to reduce it down
Yeah.
to the lowest categorized fine.
Yeah, because you saw the same problem we saw, but your solution was to reduce the fine. You were trying to, I think, be kind, and then it sounded like we're being critical of what you proposed, but some of us don't believe in having anything.
No, we want to bring back to you what you guys ultimately want.
I think I would rather rescind it, but I would yield the rest of my time. Usually the chair goes last, but in this case, the chair is a content expert, and I really would like to know what he would propose.
I was. Councilman Goode.
I listened to my councilwoman. And you're right, you see some people do get on the bus and that last leg, they use a skateboard to get to work, and that's legitimate. I agree. I hate that they're skating on sidewalks because there are people there and sometimes people are not courteous. That's the problem I have. But I can live with it. Mr. Carlson does have one point. If you have an issue in a certain area where people are not being courteous, you could have a supervisor or somebody, a citizen, make complaints to say someone got hurt, and it comes down where you need to go out there and have somebody monitor the area. And then, yeah, you could have somebody, a supervisor or officers go out there and write some citations. You're right on that, Mr. Carlson. But me being the old cop, that ain't something that most police officers go be doing. I wouldn't be doing it, and the supervisor have to write me up because I ain't going out just giving kids no tickets. I'm just going to tell you quit doing it, or I'm going to take the board, take it to your mama's house. No, that's me. That's the right way to do it. But you can't say not have any consequence because you're going to have those knuckleheads, hate to say it, they're going to just continue to do what they want to do no matter what you tell them. And sometimes you got to, take a little bit of that candy money away. I don't agree with $75. Like I said, maybe $15 or something like that would be adequate. That's not a big astronomical ask of money. But again, you're not talking about little kids out there riding all on sidewalks. You're talking about your bigger teenager kids. I can look at about 10 or 15 bucks just as a wake-up call, but your first a warning, because really it's going to be your repetitive person that's going to keep doing it. It's not going to be this person, that person. It's going to be somebody who's a recidivism person. So I just think that, looking at a first-time occurrence, maybe even a second-time warning, and then at the end give them maybe $10 or $15. But I just can't support not doing anything.
Are you finished, Councilman? Councilman Goods?
I'm finished.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda?
Thank you. I feel like Councilman Goods, and what we're talking about is the skateboarders, but we're forgetting that the skateboarder is not the only one on the sidewalk. For every skateboarder, there's at least 500 people walking on that same sidewalk, on and off. So if the sidewalks are not one way that way and one way this way, you walk any way you want on the sidewalk. So you got people walking east and west, one going east, one coming west. You got a skateboarder coming on both sides. And nothing's going to happen, I'm sure. I'll rest my case.
Councilwoman Hurtak, and let's have last round of questions or last round of statements.
I just want to speak as a bicyclist on the Riverwalk. I use it constantly. I'm there at least once a week. Most cyclists I see are pretty good. Either we have a bell. In fact, I just bought myself a new bell for my new bike that didn't have one. So you can ring it, and then you let people in front of you know. They move over. And your motion specifically said, encouraging skateboarders to say something. But ultimately, oftentimes, I hate to say it, it's the pedestrians who are the worst because they walk like 5 across on a sidewalk. I'm being honest, on the Riverwalk. And then you say, excuse me, on your left, excuse me, and you have to wait, and you just slow down. So that's what a skateboarder would do. They're not going to mow people over. Kids are going to be kids, but kids still don't want to mow people over. We aren't seeing skateboarding the way it was when we were younger. I just don't see this as an issue. And I just wanted to mention that as someone who regularly utilizes the Riverwalk, the cyclists, and I've seen skateboarders on there, are good about just waiting until someone passes and then they can safely pass. It's just about being a good citizen, and as far as I can tell, we haven't been able to regulate good citizenship. If we had, I think we would have at this point. So that's all I wanted to say.
Anyone else? What is the pleasure of council?
Can we get your opinion? Can we get your content
I
expert?
told you, my opinion is skateboarding is not illegal. It's not illegal.
But would you make a motion to rescind the fine altogether, or what would you do?
I've already said that
Yeah.
my opinion is that skateboarding is not illegal.
Okay.
Then I'll make a motion that we come back with an ordinance that says, that just takes it off. But I do think that we need to have the definition of it being allowed to be,
Speak your piece there, sir.
Sorry, but as a legal advisor, I have to explain why I believe there is a need for a skateboarding ordinance. I've reviewed a lot of case law, so the reason the legislature created the exemption for the skate parks and things like that is to encourage skating at these skate parks, not on the sidewalks. And if we don't have anything on the books, and a skateboarder sues the city, right, and does tricks and does whatever, and we say, oh, we don't have anything on the books prohibiting skateboarding, we are setting ourselves up for lawsuits. I'm just bringing that out there. There needs to be some regulation of skateboarding if we're gonna allow it on the.
In that thought pattern, the state came out with this when?
Skateboarding?
Yes.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, skateboarding has been prohibited.
5 years ago, 10 years ago? 20 years ago?
For 20 years ago, maybe?
20 years ago, things have changed. We are such an urban environment right now that somebody that needs to get 5 blocks away to where their job may be, a skateboard is gonna be the quickest, easiest way to go. With the price of gas, some people are relying now on skateboards. Times are different. I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
Councilman Goods. Councilman Maniscalco. How far does?
Let's just, I'd like to make a motion that we just reduce it then to a warning. Not take it off the books, but from a notice to appear, just take it down to a warning. Yeah, at least something. The police officer has a discretion to say, you know, I'm gonna take you home, I'm gonna take your board, I'm gonna, you know, don't do it again, but, you know, if there's property damage, then that's a separate thing. I mean, could an officer then charge somebody there, you know? So, I mean, that's covered, but again, we have an ordinance in place, and that's it. But we have something. So in the case that we are sued, we have some kind of protection. So again, the motion would be to reduce it from a notice to appear to just a warning. No fines, just a warning.
Councilman Hurtak.
Do we have these laws on the books for scooters? Do we have them for bicyclists? I mean,
Yes.
not that,
Yeah.
to be,
Sure.
because it sounds like we're just singling out skaters here.
There's,
And if we don't have, and if we do have laws for scooters and bicyclists, if we could just lump skateboarders and roller bladers and roller skaters and one-wheelers and all of it together?
so the chapter 316, as I gave a brief overview, already discusses bikes, e-bikes, motorized scooters. What we are talking about is, though, there's a specific section in 316 that says skates, roller skates are not allowed on the streets, but the cities can choose to allow them on sidewalks. So there are certain things that the cities traditionally decide whether or not to allow on sidewalks, which are, you know, are pedestrian use primarily, but should the city allow other things? So that's why cities have regulated skates on sidewalks, because they absolutely cannot be on the streets. Bikes can be on the streets, bikes can be a bike pass, skates cannot.
That was not my question, though, and I apologize if I was not clear. My question was, do we have laws on the books that fine scooter riders and bike riders?
Yeah, under chapter 316, there are already prohibitions that result in a civil citation, plus we have our motorized scooter ordinance
For
for
what?
sidewalks. For bikes,
Yeah, like for what are those citations?
the amount of the fine is probably, I believe it's gonna be $30.
So can we just put skateboards in with that?
Well, that's under state law. It's under chapter 316. So.
Can we choose to just follow
We could
the
make
same
it,
law
we could make
that
it.
we use for
$30.
scooters and bicycles and one wheels and I mean, doesn't that seem fair?
That's,
But, I mean, I'm not thrilled with it, but if we're already allowing $30 fines for bikes and scooters and, I mean, I still really, I don't care for the fines involved with skateboarding, but
My motion still stands.
we have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira.
Yes, my motion would be to, not eliminate this ordinance, but to reduce it from a notice to appear to just a warning. And that's it.
And Councilman Vieira, you're still seconding?
Oh, yes, sir.
Councilman Carlson.
So if we do this, what happens the second and third time? Do they still get
No,
fined?
no.
Is it still just a warning?
No, don't do it again.
That's up to city council.
No, just changing the first one would also change whatever happened.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
You know, I'm gonna support this because truly, if you're grinding on city property or private property, you can still get a criminal mischief fine for that. So I think that's a grand solution and I support it. Thank you.
Councilman Goods.
I can't support that. I mean, not having any consequences, I can't support that. If you said a warning and then a subsequence after that, maybe $10, $12, something like that, but I can't support no fine at all. And even if you put it in the bicycle chapter, you already said it's $30. So if you put it there, they're gonna pay $30. But I'm saying maybe $10 or $12. But you just can't say, I'm gonna stop you one day and the same guy is doing it every day, and we don't, it doesn't make any sense.
Let's
I
go,
know
let's
we
go
nice.
to a vote, please.
Okay, go to vote. Mr.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Let's do a roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson. Yes. Goods,
No.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda and Goods voting no.
Thank you, that clears, I'm sorry.
Just point of clarification there. So the current ordinance, reduce it, what we currently already have, just reduce it down to a warning, is what you're asking.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
But we are also then making it legal to skate on the sidewalk, correct?
Well, if you're getting a warning for skating on the
Oh,
sidewalk.
okay, then
You do
yeah.
not.
Then
Then it
it's
doesn't
not
matter.
legal.
Okay.
Kinda like weed. Okay, let's go. Now, Chief Tripp, you're here? Yes, I see you back there. Let's go to number 8, 9, and 10. Again, to be heard together, but voted on if necessary separately.
May I say something about number 10? Because I think this will save time.
Surely, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much. Hi, Chief. Thank you very much, ma'am. For number 10, what I was actually requesting, and I spoke to Chief Bennett about this yesterday, was a panel of citizens picked by council, mayor, et cetera, to see on how we can improve our policies holistically on mental health in a wide array of areas. So I wouldn't want you to go, the memo was wonderful, and I really appreciate it, but I think that by going through it, it's not directly on what I was looking for, I guess. And again, wonderful information, but in other words, I wouldn't want you to go on to something if I'm going to make a motion that kind of takes it in another direction. You see what I'm saying? So in other words, if it pleases the chair, I mean, I would, unless if Chief Tripp wants to talk about that, obviously within your discretion, but that's it.
So,
Question.
Councilman Goods.
I read the memo. I have some concerns about having an outside panel. You're talking about policy that relates to police and fire with mental health. I think you're gonna run into some union issues.
Can we hear our staff report and we'll go in from there?
Well, I was just countering what he was saying, but we can hear the staff report, but that's why I asked to be recognized, so I can let him know where be some issues at. But go, by all means,
And
Mr.
after we
Chairman.
hear the staff reports, we can go into questions and answers and comments and issues and everything. Chief Tripp.
Good afternoon, Council. Barbara Tripp, Temp Fire Rescue. My apologies for the delay. Was at another meeting. So, do we want to talk about 10 first? And it's going to be quick because basically with that, if you're looking for a panel to talk about fire and police mental health, I think that should be something internal as opposed to external, because we're kind of like the only one that knows kind of what we go through. So if that's what you're looking for, I get back with chief of staff and the administration, and we can come up with a panel to address that. But I personally don't think we should go external.
If I may.
Surely,
Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
And that wasn't actually what I was looking for. Like y'all's internal policies, that's not limited to that. It could be limited to, it could be dealing with the way employees deal with the public, et cetera. Parks and recreation, benefits, just overarching deals with mental health. It not limited just to police and fire. But again, what I was looking for was the administration's position on that. So if y'all are opposed to that and give me a good reason as to why it's not a good idea, then maybe I'll be like, hey, you guys got a great point. So that's all. So I don't even need an answer today.
And I was gonna say, actually, the policy that we have now, the procedures that we have works, you know, for our firefighters and police officers, our first responders.
Sure.
Now, I can't speak for the ATU because I don't know exactly what they have, but that's part of the city policy, you know, for any city employee to follow through that program that they have. And you kind of specify for public safety, so that's why fire and police put their
Yeah.
additional assistance that we put in.
Sure, and maybe I wasn't, again, I don't recall what actually, I do believe I recall what I motioned for, and I think it was for an overarching policy of the city of Tampa, not just police and fire. So that's why I spoke to John Bennett about it yesterday, because I think there was maybe some miscommunication on that. So again, all I'm looking for to see is the administration's position on it, and if there is a reason to not do it, then I'll be glad to withdraw it. So again, I mean, I think that publicly discussing it at this time kind of defeats the purpose of going internally, et cetera. So that's what I was looking for. So I think that, so like I said, the memo is not least related to what I was looking for, if that makes sense.
Okay. So you're
Thank you.
looking for an
Councilman
overall
Goode.
city policy?
Yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't ask to be recognized, sir, but I would just say
You were
that,
going to have questions for the chief on agenda item 10, and I believe that's what Councilman Vieira was talking about.
I just know the history, and I think the chief knows where I'm going with that. You know, you're gonna have a hard time, Mr. Vieira, convincing the union when you talk. I can't speak for city employees, but I can tell you talk about police and fire, an outside panel talking about their health conditions and mental health. I'm just saying I don't see that happening, and I don't want to get on camera saying why, but I know why that would be a problem
It'll be a shutdown.
quickly.
Sure.
So just what I know you're trying to advocate that there's things in place, and there are things in place for if someone's having a problem or they see there's a distress. But when you say you have outside source coming in to evaluate public safety officials, it's
And
a
I
little
guess
bit
one of
different.
the things, if we had a problem, we can address it, but I don't see that we have a problem with the program that we have or with the assistance that we have.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. And again, we're having a discussion publicly on something that should probably be held privately. I'm not asking for people to be evaluated. I don't, what I'm looking at is things like, perfect example, we have the mental health professionals who work for Tampa Police Department, right? Can we better fund that? That's just one. It's not about doing analysis of employees or anything of that. It's about policies. That's it. And so that's why I would request, Mr. Chair, if I may, that I can make a motion at the end to put this
Why
to
don't you
another
do that
time,
at the
because I think this is,
Well, I guess one of my questions too, is there a problem? Is the system broken?
like I said, Chief, let's have this privately. I spoke to Chief Bennett about this. I'll speak to him during the meeting about this as well, but this
Okay.
is for a private conversation.
Okay.
Thank
No
you.
problem. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to go ahead and proceed with agenda items number 8 and 9, Chief?
I believe agenda item number 8 refer to the money, the funding
Okay.
for New Tampa.
May I? Or
Yes.
unless if you wish to speak first?
I sent a memo
Councilman
in.
Yes.
Vieira, were you satisfied with that
Well,
memorandum?
yeah, some things, I do want to bring this thing back because there are some requests for more time, and I have no problem with that, but I want to make sure that we get a specific time on that, which I'm sure you're fine with. When you deal with the issue of New Tampa 33647, as you know, the issue is not number of calls, it's potential response times, particularly with K-Bar Ranch area. So in the memo, Tampa Fire Rescue says that they need more time. I'm totally fine with that. But I just want to make sure that we have a time when that answer is going to come back to us. So I'll make a motion for that if I may. For North Tampa, and I know in speaking to you, you're potentially looking at Fowler area, potentially for a new station, and you're looking at real estate out there, et cetera. And again, you need more time on that. I have no problem with that at all. You know, my main issue is that we had $1 million in the budget for District 7 for Tampa Fire Rescue, right? And I want to make sure that we know how that money's going to be spent, because there are real acute needs in District 7 whenever it comes to Tampa Fire Rescue. And I want to make sure that we keep on that. So I'm going to motion for this to come back to us on December 15th. And again, if you need more time, ask, and I'm fine with that.
Okay, can I comment on both of them? Okay.
Chair?
So as far as, first of all, thank you all for your support with Tampa Fire Rescue and for getting the need out there of helping the community and for the men and women that are responding to the calls. So when I look at the money for District 7, those monies, as I stated before, is going to be used to put additional resources up there to assist. When I reviewed, it's all about the data. We have the information, and you're right, it's not the response call, the number of calls, it's the response time. So when I broke down those calls, a lot of that deals with non-emergency calls, and as I explained, the A, B, and C, D calls. So with that, I am looking to see if we can partner with the non-emergency units to see if they can have someone to stage up there to help with that call response time, as well as doing additional resources for Tampa Fire Rescue in that area. So we're talking about two different boxes, box 262 and 263, which is in K-Bar. We know it's one way in, one way out. I'm also working with mobility in the county to see about getting an access road off of Morris Bridge. Now, with that, you know, once again, been in this position for 16 months, helping out the North Tampa area. We finally got Station 25, and that leads into the next agenda items about Station 24 and 25. So it took us a year to get that station up and running, which has helped out the North Tampa area. The call volume has equalized among the units up there, which shows also the unit hour utilization for each individual has decreased, which that's what we're looking for. And I'm looking to do that throughout the city of Tampa, but once again, it took a year for that, so it's gonna take time to continue, you know, moving along. Now, with that, we talk about personnel. I have hired over 100 people in the last year. I do multiple hiring groups to get our stats up and our numbers up to help accommodate, you know, what we need for the community. So that is my goal. Now, when you say time, I've worked with the real estate department. We have looked at, they have done over probably about 25 plus sites that we have had no good luck on as far as purchasing, you know, and that has also been a concern and an issue too. We talk about the value of it and we talk about the location. We just can't put it anywhere, and that's what I'm not gonna do, is just do a knee-jerk reaction and put it somewhere where it's not needed. So I'm strategically looking to find the perfect spot to put this to help the North Tampa area, as well as assist the community throughout the city of Tampa, not just North Tampa. I'm doing the same thing for South Tampa, East Tampa, and downtown Tampa as well.
May I, sir?
Councilman
Thank
Vieira.
you. And obviously not looking for a knee-jerk reaction. What I was looking for was the $1 million that were specifically dedicated to District 7.
Yes, sir.
When you speak about all of the city of Tampa, we proposed a couple of years ago a public safety master plan for all of the city of Tampa whenever it comes for police as well as fire. That includes south of Gandy, that includes Sulphur Springs, East Tampa, South Tampa, North Tampa, New Tampa, et cetera, et cetera. So this, I don't want this to make it seem as if I'm just looking out for District 7. I'm looking at the $1 million that we passed in the budget and to see how that's going to go to address the deficits that we have in District 7. Very simple. So I don't want my motion to be misconstrued.
So with that, I am also putting a heavy rescue unit up in the 3347 because the need for to respond to the interstate as well as areas up there. I am looking, we actually have a heavy rescue on order that's going to assist with the fundings of that $1 million, as well as putting additional personnel to offset that unit, as well as additional resources, whether it be non-transport or transport up in the 33647 area.
Great. Okay, well, I'll motion for that to come back. If I may, I can do it at the end of the meeting right now, sir, whenever everyone's done, if anybody wants to speak.
Councilman Goods.
Well, Chief, thank you for your efforts. You know, we started this journey back in 2019 with Little Station 10. A lot of work needs to be done on that one as well, but, you know, we were able to get some things moving over there. So I'm grateful that we did get the Public Safety Survey is supposed to come back and talk about the different areas and the relief up there with the new station, with the remodel station that helps Sulphur Springs, and me and Mr. Vieira share some of that boundary there. So we appreciate the work you've been doing, and I tell you, you hit the ground running from day one, and you haven't looked back. So I'm very proud to say that, to call you the fire chief, because you've done a heck of a job. I want to make sure we're still on with you and the union tomorrow at 10. I didn't see it on my calendar, but I have it written down somewhere. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Talk about those other issues that we want
Yes,
to talk
sir.
about. Okay, well, thank you so much for what you do, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10.
Okay, thank you.
You finished?
Yes, sir, I'm finished.
Thank you very much. All right, then I guess we are now going to talk about agenda item number 9. Councilman Vieira, it's also Vieira?
all the same, yeah.
Yeah, it's combined this with
Okay.
Station 24 and Station 25, so like I said, that was a great move for
Thank
Station
you
25.
very, very much, Chief. Anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
Thank you very
Have a
much.
good day.
Agenda item number 13. File number CM 22-77271.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, this was my motion, and just to set it up, city attorney has sent us a memo, and at the end of the memo, it says that on page 4, conclusion and recommendations, that should city council, I'm gonna paraphrase, want to regulate settlement decisions, the recommendation from the legal department is to limit only the ones above $100,000 and the ones that have to do with city council. So unless you all want to go through that whole presentation here, I would say I would like to make a motion to ask the city attorney to develop an ordinance to delegate city council's authorities as defined in Charter Section 7.02 and 8.01 to sign contracts for lawsuit settlements under $100,000 and to make payment for those settlements under $100,000 without appearing before city council for approval. Lawsuits against city council or city council members would not be included in this exemption. The ordinance would be renewed every 5 years to be presented for first reading consideration on December 15th.
Second.
I'm going to say, I haven't even heard the presentation from Ms. Zellman. I will say this, we have a motion on the floor from Councilman Carlson, seconded from Councilwoman Hurtak. My discussion is gonna be, I'd like to hear from staff.
And if I may, in order to respond to that motion, can I get a copy of it? Because it was hard to follow. If you have a copy in writing.
I don't have a copy here, but I can make one.
Okay.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I mean, I also read the report, and I think you're just making a motion off of what the recommendations from the report were, correct?
Yeah, and the report was sent to us
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago, so I was just
I
trying
mean-
to save time. If you want to hear with the presentation, fine. I tried to get a charter amendment related to this, and the recommendation was to do it by ordinance and to specifically exclude, as the document says here, exclude items under 100,000 and any that relate to city council, so I'm just following those guidelines in pushing an ordinance.
Ms. Zellman,
What is the wish of council? Do you want me to go through the memo, or do you want me to respond to that motion, or do you want me just to take the motion and then we'll bring you back something in response to the motion? I know we're short on time
This is a
today.
staff report. Councilman Carlson said he's happy with it, but I haven't, I've looked at it, but I haven't heard staff side of it, and we have a viewing audience and people that are here in chambers that may not have seen the memo.
Yeah. Okay, and just to be clear, I mean, I
That's transparency, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's not a question of sides versus sides. The question was understanding the city attorney's role with regard to the approval of settlements. And as I explained in the memo, under the charter, the city attorney has management and control of all legal matters of the city. Legal matters include the settlement of lawsuits, which typically occurs in the majority of civil cases. I went on to explain that we have at any given time hundreds of cases. The vast majority of them are personal injury lawsuits arising from motor vehicle accidents or trip and fall on city property. And I went on to explain that when Gina Grimes took over as city attorney in 2019, she established what I think is a very good process whereby we have a settlement committee made up of the city attorney, a deputy city attorney, representatives of risk management, and then the assistant city attorneys that are actually the trial attorneys in these cases. And we review proposed settlements at great length, once a month. And typically, the timing of those reviews are driven by the attorney has an upcoming mediation, so they need authority to have some dollar amount to propose at mediation, or there's a hearing upcoming, or worst case scenario, there's a trial coming up. And at those settlement conferences, we go through all sorts of details, you know, the plaintiff's age, their marital status, their earning capacity before and after the incident, the credibility of the witnesses, you know, all sorts of things that factor into the decision as to how much any particular lawsuit should be settled for. And then ultimately reach a determination and have that settlement authority. Now, just to cut to the quick, because I understand that what Mr. Carlson is asking for is for city and council to be involved in approving settlements. So what I had suggested was actually one of two things, although it sounds like maybe he's combining them both, and that is either just bringing to city council for settlement approval those lawsuits that involve an action that council took. An example would be several years ago, council passed an anti-conversion ordinance. It was found to anti-conversion therapy ordinance. It was found to be unconstitutional. We now have a demand for attorney's fees for which the city is liable. The demand is for $2 million. We're still negotiating that settlement, but when we do reach a settlement amount, it's gonna be probably pretty significant. So something like that we would bring back to council. And one little piece I left out of this is for council to discuss settlements, we have to have what's called a shade meeting under Florida statutes, and that's an exemption to the government in the sunshine law, where we have to notice the meeting, but then we have it in private with just your attorneys present. We have to have a certified court reporter present. We discuss the settlement, we reach agreement. Once the case is concluded, that meeting, the transcripts of that meeting become public record. So just to be clear, that would be the manner in which settlements would be discussed at city council, unless you were simply to approve a settlement on consent agenda. Now, but again, if you pull it off consent, then that triggers the shade meeting. So again, my two proposals were just bring you the settlements that pertain to city business, city council business, I'm sorry. So again, an ordinance that you pass, an action that you took. The land use things tend to come back to you anyway, because typically people invoke the Fluger process, or if they file a petition for writ of certiorari. In any event, they typically come back to you with a new proposed rezoning plan or whatever, which you then have to approve at a public meeting anyway. And then the other category I think I referred to was maybe, and I can't think of a particular example, but something in my gut tells me this may happen someday, that there's a lawsuit where maybe future similar actions could be prevented if city council were to act legislatively, so it would make sense to bring that kind of settlement to you. And then my option two in the memo was, again, just go with the dollar threshold. And there currently is an ordinance on the books that has a $25,000 or more threshold. My proposal would be to increase that to $100,000. That's consistent with two things. One, looking to the east, that's the threshold of matters that go to the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. Anything below that, they can settle without board approval. And that's also the threshold that council has set for approval of contracts. Contracts of 100,000 and above have to come to council. Contracts below that don't necessarily have to. So again, it sounds as if what Councilman Carlson is proposing is sort of a combination of both of those. We could write an ordinance that way, whatever's the pleasure of council.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Back in my day, I remember on the consent agenda, we would have, I know, not that long ago, but we would have lawsuit settlements that we would have to approve. I remember one was like $60,000, and there was no discussion on it. It was just on the consent agenda, but then that disappeared. I haven't, not that I recall lately in the last few years, maybe 3 or 4 years, that has appeared anymore. Was that an executive decision or from a past
So
city
back
attorney?
in, and I attached this to the memo, back in, I believe it was 2018, Sal Torito had written a legal opinion, August 16th of 2018, a legal opinion interpreting 5.01 to provide that settlement of lawsuits did not need to be approved by council, and therefore, that was when they stopped bringing them.
Okay, and then one last question, and this is to Councilmember Carlson's motion. It says to delegate city council's authorities as defined in the charter, and it cites the sections, to sign contracts for lawsuit settlements under 100,000, meaning the chairperson would sign those, correct? Just like we do on anything that goes through the consent agenda.
So I would want to flesh out this language a little bit. It's very rare that we have a signed settlement agreement. Typically, when cases settle, the plaintiff will sign a release and the city will pay. So it really isn't about signing contracts or signing settlement agreements. It's basically just authorizing the city to move forward with a settlement in a particular dollar amount.
Okay, so then it would, going back to sign contracts for settlements under 100 and to make payment for those settlements under 100,000 without appearing before city council for approval. I don't understand that. It doesn't come to us, but we sign it. So how do we vote on it?
Well, again,
How
you
does
wouldn't
it-
be, you wouldn't be signing.
Okay.
You wouldn't be signing anything, the mayor wouldn't be signing anything.
Okay,
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilman Goode.
I'm really confused. We sat here for hours on end on Tuesday about this issue. There was hardly any questions, but today we have a bunch of questions. Ms. Elvin talked about when you need to go into a closed session. I made mention about that. I made mention about a lot of these things. I made mention that lawsuits, per the ordinance or charter, what I read, that they should be coming to city council from HR so we can know how many lawsuits have been settled. I've never seen anything like that. I thought there was a list supposed to come with if they're doing settlements.
If I may, City Council Attorney Shelby made me aware yesterday that in 2006, the county approved an the city council approved an ordinance requiring HR settlements between $10,000 and $25,000 to be reported to council on a quarterly basis. Apparently, the reason none of us knew about that was that MuniCode never published that part of the ordinance. So to my knowledge, it's never been followed. I would strongly encourage, whatever result comes from today, we're gonna have to amend that part of the code anyway. I would strongly encourage council to remove that part of the 2006 ordinance, and I'll tell you why. There's plaintiffs' attorneys that keep databases of what different jurisdictions will pay for a nuisance settlement. You know, if you get a trip and fall in Hillsborough County, I can take your case and I can get you $5,000 without having to do anything. You know, things like that was obviously a hypothetical example. But the last thing we want to do is advertise to the plaintiff's bar what we're settling. If I tell you how many cases we get all the time, and the cases I'm talking about are where they actually file suit, there's that much and more that go to risk management that are settled before a suit's even filed. So to publish, to make public in an easily obtainable database all those claims is not at all in the city's interest.
And thank you for the explanation, but what bothers me is that time and time again, we find that things that are supposed to be immunity or things that are supposed to have been done. I can recall back when you talk about the audit, that never was done, but it was voted on and passed, but it hadn't been inputted. I mean, these are these small things that are happening, and when we have an issue with this council, it's like we're the bad person. No, we're not the bad person. This is what was put into play, but no one's following the rules.
Well,
Our job
again,
is
in
to-
that
let me
case.
finish, Ms. Selman.
Okay.
Our job is to make sure that, to protect this house of the city and make sure the rules are followed. And then sometimes people don't like when we be big brother and say, hey, you're not following the rules, now we're the bad people. That's the problem I have with the way this government is running here. We bring up things that people know that are wrong, but we continue to show a blind eye to them. And it will continue to be bad when that issue may come up, may not come up 2 more 3 years. But eventually it may come up again, but yet we didn't fix it the last time. This is the problem I have, that to me, sometimes we're not doing our job that the public entrusts us to do. They entrust us to fix the issues when they come before us. And there are issues that we have not fixed. And now today I see this item here that we could have dealt with on Tuesday. We could have dealt with it. The bottom line, settlements need to come to this council. We can know what everyone's doing.
Well, if I may, on Tuesday you were discussing charter changes. This doesn't require a charter change.
It may not
This
require a
requires-
charter change, but I'm saying we could have dealt with this still on Tuesday.
Let's just deal with it now.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, what happened on Tuesday is that folks said, well, it's just make it an ordinance instead. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to follow the guidelines that were in this document. The issue, which I described the other day, is that there is this 2018 memo from Sal Torito as city attorney, 2 paragraphs that changed the charter. Some of the reviews, some of the media coverage the other day said we were trying to expand the powers of city council. No, this is a case where in 2018, a city attorney in 2 paragraphs took away the powers of city council. And so if you look, you're going to get a copy of it in a second, but I had Ms. Shelby do some research, and there's plenty of examples of this, but in 2006, there's an ordinance that was passed that Ms. Zellman just referred to that gives the city attorney powers below $25,000. If in 2006, and Pam Iorio signed it, if in 2006, the city council delegated its authority below $25,000, and no charters amendments were made between 2006 and 2018 in that regard, why did the city attorney suddenly make an opinion that's adverse to an ordinance that the mayor at the time in 2006 signed and was okay with? Something else was going on. And so what I want to do, and I can read this again, I think you all have copies of it. What I want to do, based on what you all said the other day, is pass an ordinance following Ms. Zellman's guidelines. But the key word here, I don't care if you all follow her advice and make it $100,000. I pulled that from her. If you want to make it $1 million, that's fine with me. The number one word that I want in here is delegate. And that is to protect the powers of city council that were taken away by this 2018 memo. We cannot allow powers to be taken away. We're not asking for any new powers, but the point is that if the city attorney is going to sign contracts and pay payments, you look in the charter 7.02 and 8.01, we have those powers. I can read this document. Nowhere under the power in 5.01, nowhere in the powers of the city attorney does it say that the city attorney has the right to sign contracts or pay payments. It says the city attorney can negotiate, but negotiate does not mean sign contracts and pay. Just like the mayor's office can negotiate a lease, but we have to approve the lease. The mayor's office can negotiate a sale of a building, but we have to approve the contract and the payment of it. If the city attorney needs flexibility on HR issues or whatever, we can add that in here, but we must have an ordinance that supersedes this letter from 2018 that clearly shows that it's our power and we're delegating it to the city attorney. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm glad to support this, and that's what I said on Tuesday, which is I don't want this to be in the charter if we can look at it reasonably by virtue of ordinance. And I'll repeat what I said on Tuesday, which is that a lot of settlements, to have a policy that brings all City of Tampa settlements before City Council, what put at risk are legal claims and would subject the city to more lawsuits. Plaintiffs' attorneys, I've never been one. I've been an attorney for 19 years, always done defense work. God bless the plaintiffs' bar. But they have sites that talk about what you can get from different insurance companies, from different corporate entities, from different governmental bodies, et cetera. And if we start to publish that information through city council settlements, subject to city council questioning, it will be a giant kick me sign on the behind of the city of Tampa for the plaintiff's bar. That's a fact. That's a fact. Then whenever you deal with settlements, you're also dealing with things that are personal. The impression that a plaintiff makes, the impression that a defendant driver makes, or a City of Tampa employee, something that maybe somebody knows about something in the case that is not public yet, that we don't want to have public, but that forms the basis or the rationale for a settlement.
Yes, sir.
Diving so deep
Yes,
into those
sir.
issues, you know, and again, this ordinance proposed by Councilman Carlson, 100% for it, because it's reasonable and it picks those cases that are larger or the ones that originate from our actions. I'm 100% fine with that, but it saves the city, again, from having that giant kick me sign on their behind for Morgan and Morgan. And God bless Morgan and Morgan, have a lot of cases with them. Thank you.
Councilmember Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. You know, we have a different city attorney. It's not 2018 anymore. I disagree with the opinion of 2018, and I think this is the right thing to do for the sake of transparency. Again, I mentioned when I first got here, we would see these settlements, 60,000, 50,000, smaller amounts, but they would come to city council and the public had an opportunity to see them. I never remember any type of discussion. However, it was in plain view. Somebody could pull the agenda and say, oh, they're settling for whatever, and they knew about it instead of not being visible as it used to be before. So I disagree with the opinion of the former city attorney. I think this is wise and in the name of transparency, and it just takes us back to how things used to be when it was more transparent early on when I got elected, and I don't see anything wrong with this, so I'm happy to support it.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm sorry, I believe Mr. Good was before me. I was blocking him, sorry.
I recognize, sir.
Councilman Good.
Thank you, sir. You know, I reflect back on Tuesday. A charter versus an ordinance, like a shell game. This is no different if we're gonna go ahead, and it sounds like we're gonna be able to move something forward today with Mr. Carlson's ordinance, a proposed ordinance. To me, it's no different than 6.03 when we talk about appointments versus the charter versus an ordinance. So I'm going to be looking at that in the near future to bring the appointment situation back as an ordinance, Mr. Shelby, and I need you to give me for the language of that, because I will be making a motion it relates to bringing that back. Because if we're going to play the shell game of we don't want to touch the charter, the Constitution versus an ordinance situation to change things, then I'll play the game. But to me, it's a shell game that I see that's going on here. But I will support because city council authority shouldn't be taken away. We should be able to delegate.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Would this new ordinance that's being proposed supersede this 2006 100?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the concept would be to amend that part of the code.
Okay.
Which currently sets the limits at 25,000, and then again talks about the reports on things
Yeah.
between 10 and 25.
Yes, so that's
So
what
the
I'm.
concept would be to amend that.
Okay, good. So I'm just looking at like the cleanup of this.
Yes.
So that would clean that up. Excellent. Thank you. That's my only question.
Any more conversation?
I have no problem with the one that, signed by Pam over April 2006, changing it from 10 to 25.
All right. To clarify, we
And-
still
and-
have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if I may, I'm reading Mr. Carlson's motion, and again, my proposal would be to amend chapter 2, the way we just talked about. Some of the language in here, I'm not sure is relevant, so it would be, but we can discuss that when we bring back a proposed ordinance, never mind. Well,
And
I understand the direction.
And I'm happy to work with you also. In terms of superseding, I know usually ordinances supersede all previous ordinances, but do we also need to put in there specifically that it would supersede this 2018 opinion?
I think I'm gonna need to provide you with something, basically revising and restating the 2018 memo. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
And I'll figure out how to do that.
Thank you.
Again, just to clarify, we have a motion on the floor that has been made by Councilman Carlson, that was seconded by Councilwoman Burt Taft. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco, item agenda 14, that was your motion.
No, Goods, Maniscalco.
Oh, Jude's Maniscalco, thank you. File number CM 22-74625.
Good afternoon. Long time no see. Item number 14 is, you asked staff to look at ways that we could come up with ways that we can help with the probate, have residents with probate process. And Councilman Guzzi and I had some conversation on your briefing earlier this week. And so I maintain that the probate process is a private legal matter that the city cannot interfere with. We are working with, let me back up. Attorney Johns, Abby Feely, and myself met with Ms. Keela McCaskill that had some ideas on what we could do with probate process. A lot of it is being proactive and making sure that the citizens and residents know what their options are with property before it actually enters into the probate, the importance of estate planning. So as a part of our tenant services team, we are working with Ms. McCaskill to put on a workshop in second quarter of 2023. We've put out some dates, hoping to have it at the Tampa Convention Center. And we have a draft agenda for what that day may look like. All of that is really premised around being proactive, educating citizens on the difference between, differences in estate planning, the difference between a will, a trust, and how do we handle real estate. The conversation that we had on the briefing this week, we talked about clouded title or keeping properties in circulation, particularly in housing. And one of the things that I shared with you is that Deputy Administrator Lee Strongo is working on setting up a CLT. You'll have a presentation on that soon. But if there has to be a public purpose, the city should not, and I would recommend strongly against it, entering into private legal matters to figure out private issues regarding real property. However, if we were in a position where we wanted to a clean title, get that property and be able to put it in a CLT to protect it for affordability at a later time, those are things that we can do. So there's a fine line that we have to walk regarding a public purpose and not paying for private services for private benefit.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
Yes.
I believe everything that you're telling me. I still contend that we can have some type of pilot program where we can have some dollars with some criteria for those individuals who are indigent, who are having issues that can't even get to court, who don't understand a process. You look at some of these houses that have become dilapidated or have squatters in there, incurring code fines and things like that.
So
That's what I'm kind of looking how we can kind of navigate some
and
of
so
that.
for me, okay, so when you're talking like that, it puts me in the real estate mind, right? When you're talking about squatters and blighted property, in the CRA world, you purchase properties for strategic acquisition. And if I was trying to purchase a property that's encumbered with multiple heirs and the title is kind of clouded, you have to figure that stuff out. There's a role for the CRA to play that we could probably outsource with an attorney to kind of work through that. Those things take a really long time. You have to look for people to hunt down records. But the public purpose in that is to eliminate the blight and it is a strategic acquisition. And what I'm saying to do that is we should not be clearing the title so that the heirs can then do whatever with the property. Our public purpose would be to clean up that blight, clear the title so that the city can purchase the property free and clear, perhaps put it into a CLT. It's multi-transactional, and it's not something that's quick.
And I'm on the same line, and I'm good with that.
Okay.
But we got a process to get them there. That's all I'm saying. And I believe with a process to get them there, strategically, those who don't know to know, we can help them know. That's what I want to be able to do. I think we have a meeting coming up with a gentleman that the city was in contract with in reference to those type of issues, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully, during that meeting, we can clear up a lot of that as well, because my understanding somebody is under contract as reference to dealing with some of these houses or properties that have so many liens on them. So I think that all kind of intertwines in that a little bit as well. So I'm hoping during that discussion, we'll get a little bit more information, but whatever you can come up with, Ms. Travis, I know you got a lot on your plate. I know you do.
I'm good.
And it may be down the
relaxed
road,
now.
but at
Yes,
least
then.
folks know, or people, we can tell people something's coming. And I know everything sometimes takes a moment, and you guys are under a lot of pressure because of this crisis. But when I hear things and see other places doing things, I can't negate my duties by bringing these things to the forefront and to you to see what can we do, not what we can't do. So I appreciate what you've done so far. Looking forward to the next meeting, and
Yeah.
hopefully we can finally get something moving for our citizens who are in need.
Okay, so the only thing again, I like to set expectations. Redevelopment is a long process. Those are not things that are quick. But as we ramp up, like you have charged us with the CRA to start looking at strategic acquisitions, we will start looking at that. You look at problem properties, and we'll begin doing that. But again, what's coming before you soon is the community land trust, and there's some decisions that you're gonna have to make with that. And these are opportunities when we get properties like that to keep them in circulation, and also control the affordability piece for generations to come, or, for a longer period of time. The CLT is the way to purchase property, capture it, and keep it in there.
So me going to Chicago wasn't in vain. So we brought back a strategy, and hopefully we're going to be able to implement that strategy. So again, I thank you for your work.
Thank you. Anything else?
Councilman Goods, are you happy with the staff report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting me share my Zen. Bye.
Agenda item 15, file number CM 22-76543. Ms. Feely.
Good afternoon, Chairman Citro, members of City Council, Abby Feely, Deputy Administrator, Development and Growth Management. Item number 15 on your agenda this afternoon is dealing with the letter submitted by Isabella Tassi about the University of Tampa and Plant Park. I am here today with Rebecca Johns, Assistant City Attorney. We have been working together with the university to renegotiate several leases that the city has with UT that were actually from 1972, and they were 50-year leases, and they are now upon us for renewal. So we have been working through that. Those leases include a number of different matters between the city and the university. One of them is the matter of reserving the park. We are in discussions with them on that, and those lease agreements are going to be coming back before you in approximately 60 days, so I don't want to necessarily go into detail on what those are. We are looking at that process, what the current process is, how people reserve that. We're also aware there's some challenges with the Plant Park facility in terms of parking, restrooms, things that some of our traditional city parks have that Plant Park does not. So if you would afford us that time to finish those negotiations, we'll be back before you with that, and we'd be happy to discuss that. I just wanted to give you an update on where we are today.
Councilman Carlson.
Just a quick question, and for disclosure, I went to the University of Tampa. I think a couple of us did. But I always thought the university programmed that park. No, the city has control over programming. So if the city wanted to have a big concert there, UT doesn't have any say in that? Just a question.
They would. We lease the park to the university. And there are conditions under which that lease exists, and if somebody does make a request for that park, it has to go through the procedures the university currently has, including insurance, liability, reservation, some other things, and that's what we're working on, kind of truing up and what that looks like for anyone trying to reserve the park.
All right, thank you. I'll let you tell us next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councilman Goods.
Ms. Feely, thank you for that report on yesterday. Waiting for it to come back. You know, again, like you said, a lot of these long-time leases are expiring now, and the times are changing now, and we have to update it. So I appreciate the report, and we'll look for you to come back with that report or the lease agreements.
Thank you.
Councilman Goods, you were the maker of the motion. Does this report satisfy you? Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda, you have Public Safety Committee.
There's
Actually, it's,
44 and 45, I'm moving both. Those are sheltered.
I'm sorry that Mr. Vieira has
Oh.
Public Safety. However, you were the
Well,
Vice Chair.
You should have asked me in the beginning, Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
sorry, Mr. Vice Chair of the Public Safety Committee, would you pass the
Thank you,
consent
Mr.
agenda?
Chairman. I move items 20 through 35.
We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilman Goods, you have Parks and Recreation.
Item 36 to 30, Chairman.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Hurtak, Councilwoman Hurtak, you have Public Works.
Yes, I move items 39 through 43.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. I move 44 and 45.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Carlson, you have Building and Zoning.
I'd like to move 46 through 53, please.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Do I need to read 53?
Yes, you do, and that was going to be my next statement.
Like to read into, public hearing will be held, this is item number 53, BF 22-78225. A public hearing will be held regarding a proposed brownfield area designation for the rehabilitation redevelopment of one parcel, approximately 3.75 acres in size, located at 1000 West Fig Street, Tampa, Florida 33606. This public hearing will be held in the Bayshore Boardroom of the Sheraton Hotel, located at 200 North Ashley Drive, Tampa, Florida 33602, on November 28, 2022, at 5:30 p.m. until not later than 6:30 p.m.
Thank you very much. Councilman Maniscalco, you have Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move items 54 through 56.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Can we open, I'm
Motion,
sorry.
no, motion to set item 57, SU 1-22-60.C, a review hearing to be scheduled for December 15th, 2022 at
Second.
1:30 p.m.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye. Move to open all public hearings, the 9:30 all the way
Second.
through to the end of the agenda.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That was good. Agenda item number 58, file number HL 2276263.
Good afternoon, Council. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. There was a full presentation on this item at its first reading, but I'm still available today to answer any questions you have.
Any comments or questions?
Yep.
Seeing none. Councilman Miranda.
I was signing the item Mr. Gould gave me. That was number 58?
58, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Item number 50.
I'm sorry. We need to close the public hearing.
Any public comment?
Is there any public comment to this? My apologies.
Move to close.
Second.
A motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 58, HL 22/76263. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, designating Bustelo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory located at 2111 North Albany Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in sections 3 thereof, as a local historic landmark, providing for repeal of all ordinance in conflict.
A motion made by
for any
Council.
effective date.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote. Excuse me. Vote and record. Working again. Sweet.
Waiting for you to vote, sir. Vote, vote.
Could everyone please,
I mean, we
Cast
voted,
your
I
vote
hit this
again.
thing twice. Can't select again, it tells me to keep selecting.
Technical difficulties.
Councilman Miranda, were you thinking about coffee when you read this?
I was thinking about Cafe Bustelo, yeah. In fact, I bought some the other day.
file agenda number 59, file number HTX 22-77593.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. Again, there was a presentation on this item at its first reading, and I'm available today if you have questions.
Any comments or questions from council? Is there anyone in the audience, council chambers, that wishes to speak to this?
Second.
Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Goods.
File number HTX 22-77593, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance approving an historic preservation property tax exemption application relative to the restoration, renovation, or rehabilitation of certain property owned by Kevin B. and Whitney M. Woods, located at 818 South Orleans Avenue, Tampa, Florida, in the Hyde Park Historic District, based upon certain findings, providing for notice to the property appraiser of Hillsborough County, providing for severability, providing for repeal of all ordinance and conflict, providing an effective
Second.
date.
Please place your vote and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 60, file number HTX 22-77594.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. Council, this item again was presented to you at its first public reading. If you have any questions, I am available.
Any comments or questions? Anyone in the audience that wishes to make comments?
Second.
A motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number HTX 22-77594. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance approving an historic preservation property tax exemption application relative to the restoration, renovation, or rehabilitation of certain property owned by Ricardo Ramirez and Shalita Johnson, located at 5421 West Dale Avenue, Tampa, Florida, in the Beach Park Multiple Properties Designation Local Historic District, based upon certain findings, providing for a notice to the property appraiser of Hillsborough County, providing for severability, providing for a repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing an effective date.
Place your votes and record.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I just want to, if, Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the city attorney.
Substitute?
No, the other one was substitute. The address is 4521.
Apologies, 4521.
Place your vote and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 61, file number VAC 22-20. These are quasi judicial hearings. Anyone who's going to be giving any testimony or giving any evidence to any of the remaining cases, could you please stand to be sworn in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
And I did see people online being sworn in, so. Mr. Sammons?
Ross Amos Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 22-20 for second reading. This is proposed vacating. This is a proposal to vacate the alleyway lying north of Columbus Drive, south of 17th Avenue, east of 29th Street, and west of the CSX Railroad, within the corrected map of Greenville subdivision. I'm available if you have any questions.
Is there any comments or any questions? Seeing none. Ma'am, are you the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any further testimony you would like to give?
None.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to give any comment to this? I believe there is one person online, but that person is the oh, no, you were here.
That's me.
That's you.
Yes.
I have yours.
I couldn't do it this morning, so I came in.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning that alleyway located north of Columbus Drive, south of 17th Avenue, east of 29th Street, and west of the CSX Railroad, within the corrected map of Greenville subdivision in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your vote. Record.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Thank you. Agenda item number 62, file number VAC 22-21. Mr. Sammons.
Ross Amos Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 22-21. This is a proposed vacating request being presented for second reading and adoption. Is a proposed vacating of the alleyway located north of 23rd Avenue, south of 24th Avenue, east of the CSX Railroad, and west of 31st Street, within the plat of Little Cuba subdivision. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any comments or questions? I believe the applicant is online.
They're no longer there.
There's no longer there. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this? No one? Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Place your votes and record.
What number? What number?
On Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. I move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning that alleyway located in north of 23rd Avenue, south of 24th Avenue, east of the CSX Railroad, and west of the 31st Street, within the plat of Little Cuba subdivision in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 63, file number VAC 22-23. Mr. Sammons.
Ross Amos Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 22-23. This is a proposed vacating request being presented for second reading and adoption. This proposed vacating is an alleyway located north of Gladys Street, south of Warren Avenue, east of Nevada Avenue, and west of Ola Avenue, within the plat of Ben-Hur subdivision in the City of Tampa. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any comments or any questions? Applicant?
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this?
Second.
Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Carlson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move number 63, file number VAC 22-23, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning that alleyway located north of Gladys Street, south of Warren Avenue, east of Nevada Avenue, and west of Ola Avenue within the plat of Ben Hur subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We have agenda item number 64, file number REZ 22-58.
Good afternoon, Council. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 2806 East Ellicott Street. Proposed rezoning from RS 50 Residential Single Family to IG Industrial General. This being Euclidean, no site plan was needed. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Is there anyone in the audience? Nobody's here. That's why I was saying, anyone in the audience with a petitioner? Speak to it yet. We don't have a petitioner. We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 64, file number REZ 22/58. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 2806 East Ellicott Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described from Section 1 zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to IG industrial general, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes, record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 65, file number REZ 22-85.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 1242 Channelside Drive and 629 and 635 North 12th Street. Proposed rezoning from CD2 Channel District 2 to PD Planned Development Residential Multifamily Storefront Residential Commercial and Office. Site plans have been turned in to the City Clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Shaler, I see you online. And you were sworn in, correct? You were sworn in?
I was not unmuted during the swearing, so I'll probably need to be sworn in with my video on.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. As they mentioned, we received approval on first reading October 6th, and we made all of the requested revisions and resubmitted the site plan. So I am available for any questions, and we respectfully request your approval.
Is there any comments or any questions? Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this? Seeing none?
Move to close.
Motion closed by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goods.
Mr. Chairman, REZ-22-85, ordinance been presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 1242 Channelside Drive and 629 and 635 North 12th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification CD2, Channel District 2 to PD Planned Development, Residential, Multifamily, Storefront, Residential, Commercial, and Office, providing an effective date. And also, do we need to move the resolution with that?
After we take the vote.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Councilman Goods, can you read the resolution, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
We gotta move the resolution.
Oh, move the resolution. You want me to read it or you want to move it? Just move it.
Just move it, please.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Motion made to move the resolution by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda item number 66, file number REZ 22-94.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 2211 North 65th Street. Proposed rezoning from RS50 Residential Single Family to IG Industrial General. This being Euclidean, no site plan was required. I'm here for any questions.
Is there any questions, comments? Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this?
Move to close.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2211 North 65th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classifications RS50 Residential Single Family to IG Industrial General, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 67, file number SU2 22-08.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 3911 North Boulevard. This is for a special use 2 permit for approving a dental clinic in a residential office RO zoning district. Site plans have been turned into the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you. Additioner. I don't see anyone that's online.
Close.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak, excuse me, Councilman Vieira?
No, you missed
No.
it.
I'm sorry, Maniscalco.
Thank you so much. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance approving a special use permit SU2, approving a dental clinic in an RO residential office zoning district in the general vicinity of 3911 North Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 1 hereof, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 68, file number SU2 22-10.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 3402 Henderson Boulevard. This is for a special use 2 permit approving a place of religious assembly in an RM24 residential multifamily zoning district. Site plans have been turned into the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Do we have the applicant here?
Second.
This was the one and
They were coming up this way. huh?
no.
Okay. Motion to close by Councilman.
He said,
I already asked, is there any applicant here?
That's true.
Yes, ma'am.
Public comment, please.
Is there any public comment to this? Thank you.
second.
Councilman Miranda, motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. Move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption ordinance approving a special use permit SU2, approving a place of religious assembly in a RM24 residential multifamily zoning district in the general vicinity of 3402 Henderson Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida. This is more particularly described in section 1 hereof, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 69, file number REZ 22-06.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 407 East Palm Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RM24 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single family detached and business professional office. Site plans have been turned in to the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any comments or any questions? Petitioner.
Council members, good afternoon. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. I don't think I have anything useful for you. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this?
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Carlson.
Yes, sir, I'd like to make a motion for item number 69, file number REZ 22-06, ordinance being presented for second reading adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 407 East Palm Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM24 residential multifamily to PD, plan development residential, single family detached, and business professional office, providing effective date.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 70, file number REZ 22-29.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the locations 304, 306, and 308 South McDill Avenue. Proposed rezoning from CG Commercial General to PD Planned Development Residential Single Family Attached. Site plans have been turned in to the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any comments or questions? Petitioner?
Azam Sheikh, Global Engineering, 2302 North Highland Avenue. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions? Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this?
Vote to close.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 70, file number REZ 22/29. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property general vicinity of 304, 306, 308 South McDill Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, CG Commercial General to PD Plan Development Residential Single Family Attached, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 71, file number REZ 22-31.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. This being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 4848 East Bush Boulevard and 9214 North Hialeah Road. Now, this is proposed rezoning from CI Commercial Intensive and RM24 Residential Multifamily to PD Planned Development Air Conditioned Storage and Commercial Communication Tower. Site plans have been turned in to the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions or comments? Petitioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. Jim Porter with Ackerman, 401 East Jackson Street. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions or any comments? Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this?
Thanks.
Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. REZ-22-31, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 4848 East Bush Boulevard and 9214 North Hialeah Road in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, CI Commercial Intensive and RM24 Residential Multifamily to PD Plan Development, Air Conditioned Storage, and Commercial Communication Tower, providing effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Please vote and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Move the resolution.
Motion by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 72, file number REC 22-35.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. This being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 4208 West Carmen Street. This proposed rezoning from RS50 Residential Single Family to PD Planned Development Residential Single Family Attached. Site plans have been turned in to the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any comments or any questions? Petitioner?
Zam Sheikh, Global Engineering, 2302 North Highland Avenue, here to answer any questions that you may have.
Comments or questions? Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this?
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number REZ 22-35, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4208 West Carmen Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 73, file number REZ 22-97.
22-92.
92, excuse me.
Thank you. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. This being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 209 and 211 South Gomez Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single family attached. Site plans have been turned into the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions or comments? Petitioner?
Good afternoon, City Council. Ryan Manassi, Johnson Pope, 401 East Jackson Street. I'm here for any questions, and we'd respect your approval.
Any questions? Anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this? Seeing none? Motion to close by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Councilman Maniscalco.
All right, I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 209 and 211 South Gomez Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. Place your votes and record.
Motion carried unanimously.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Motion to move the resolution by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Agenda item number 74, file number HPC 2022-02-C.
Good afternoon. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Item number 74 is a petition for review regarding a decision that was made by one of the land use board hearings, specifically HPC 2022-2 for the property located at 1314 South DeSoto Avenue. The petitioner in this case asked a request of the Historic Preservation Commission to change the designation status for the property as previously stated of 1314 South DeSoto Avenue. The Historic Preservation Commission heard the request on June 14th, 2022, and denied the request to change the designation of the status of the property from contributing to non-contributing based upon the property meeting the National Register Bulletin number 15, specifically criteria C, and that the property maintains its essential physical features to convey enough significance and holds on to the aspects of the integrity that are vital. I previously handed City Council, or to City Council's attorney, Code Section 27261 subsection J 2A, 27261 subsection I, the National Register Bulletin number 15. I provided sample motions and also the rules of procedure in order to conduct the hearing before City Council. The standard of review for City Council to consider is based upon City Code Section 27-61 subsection J subsection 2, which states that City Council can take a de novo standard of review in order to conduct this review hearing. That means that City Council should not be limited in its review to that information or documentation or evidence that was provided to the Historic Preservation Commission in order to make your determination. Staff present this afternoon is Ms. Elaine Lunn. She will provide an overview of the application and the basis of the board's decision. Upon hearing all the evidence in this case, City Council can take a number of actions. City Council can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission and deny the request to change the designation of the property from contributing to non-contributing based upon the property meeting the criteria established in National Register Bulletin number 15. City Council can remand the matter back to the Historic Preservation Commission with specific direction, or City Council can overturn the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission and therefore grant the request to change the designation of the property from contributing to non-contributing based upon the property not meeting the criteria established in the code. And with that, I'll turn the presentation over to staff.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. As Ms. Pettis-Mackle stated, we do have a presentation for you. There we go. I see that you're seated on your screens. I've got
Yes, we
something
are.
totally different here in front of me, though, so I'll look up there. Okay. So as Ms. Pettis-Mackle stated, 1314 South DeSoto Avenue, which is the subject property, is classified as a contributing structure to both the Hyde Park historic districts on the national and the local level. The contributing status affords the structure protection from demolition and makes sure that it is preserved in accordance with our local and federal preservation standards. The applicant today made who was brought this forward before you today, excuse me, made a request to change the status from contributing to non-contributing. And this Historic Preservation Commission heard this, request, and the property owner was able to, the Historic Preservation Commission heard this request, and then the HBC denied it at its public hearing, so the property owners filed the petition for review. This is the subject's property. It's located in the Hyde Park Historic District again. It's close to the sort of southwest corner. On the map on the left, you can see an arrow pointing to it. It's about a block away from Howard Avenue and Bayshore Boulevard. The site was, the building was constructed around 1921. This is it showing on the 1922 Sanborn Fire Insurance Company map on the left side of the screen, and then on the present day aerial on the right side of the screen. The Sanborn map indicates that the majority of the building, at least the first floor, was constructed out of some sort of masonry construction, in this case, a clay tile. The second story is indicated in the yellow is a wood frame second story portion, and it was likely used as a sleeping porch. You can also see a small porch in yellow there at the sort of southwest corner of the building, and interestingly, this house also had an enclosed garage toward its rear. This is a map of Hyde Park from about 1923. The road that goes from the top left of the screen to the bottom right is Howard Avenue. And then Bayshore Boulevard is kind of off to your right on the side there. So you can see how much the historic fabric was already in place in Hyde Park by this time. This is a closer view of the subject site in that photograph and its present day appearance here. Most notably, the second story has expanded since 1923. So you can see, you can make out a bit in the aerial photograph that the front porch area, the front facing, this is on the corner of DeSoto and Hills, and the building looks like it's facing Hills Avenue, even though it's addressed on DeSoto. So you can see that there's a one-story portion there along Hills Avenue that today is a two-story portion. The 1931 Sanborn map shows that the second story had begun to sort of expand a little bit toward Hills Avenue. So that yellow area is a bit larger than it was in 1922. And then in 1976, we pretty much see the same thing. The maps were just black and white then, but there are no significant changes to the footprint or the descriptions notated on the building. In 1984 and 1985, the survey for the Hyde Park Historic District and the National Register nomination were written, submitted, and accepted by the National Park Service. This photo on the right is from the 1984 site file form from when the building was documented in '84 and determined at that time that it was a contributing structure to the district. And then, of course, we have the present day photo on the left there showing how the two compare. One notable change is that the garage, which you can see in the left side of the picture on the right, was enclosed at some point between 1984 and today. These are just pictures of the other sides of the building, the east elevation and the north. So this is the map on your left, the one in color, shows you this is the National Register map of the Hyde Park Historic District. I know it's a little bit difficult to read, especially when we're working with things that were scanned in past decades here, but the blue line showing the National Register district boundary. The red shows contributing structures. The yellow is an interesting category called contributing but altered structures. And then the blue shows the non-contributing structures. When the local historic district was adopted in 1988, within the local historic district boundaries, all of the contributing altered structures were simplified to be contributing. One thing of note about contributing structures is that when you have a local historic district, it's a regulatory tool, and that's we use the code and the design guidelines for the district to preserve the integrity of the district as a whole. The altered buildings that were still considered to be contributing were determined to be eligible for the federal and local historic preservation tax incentive programs. So the changes to the buildings were noted, however, they were made contributing to encourage their rehabilitation. So the local, for the local tax program, for any other exterior work, the Architecture Review Commission would be the board in charge of overseeing the changes to ensure that any work to them is done in an appropriate manner. These are just the maps as they were updated through the years. We do minor changes to the maps to reflect any new construction in the districts, any demolitions. In 1992, the building was still shown as contributing, and in 2017, our latest update to the map, it was still shown as contributing. So within the historic district, it's the district itself that is considered the significant property, and it's a concentration of structures united historically or aesthetically by the plan or physical development, and the individual components in the district may themselves lack individual distinction. This house on its own would not be something that we would look at as a potential historic landmark. The Hyde Park Historic District is a largely residential neighborhood. There's some residential support uses within it, but it has a wide variety of architectural styles and contains a mix of high-style buildings and less elaborate structures. 1314 South DeSoto Avenue was classified as a contributing structure because at the time it was determined that it retained most of its original visual character and could be returned with reasonable effort and cost to its historic form. The National Register nomination that, that had the contributing altered status in it, went on to elaborate that, you know, it gave examples such as enclosing porches, making inconsistent additions, that these can, you know, these sorts of changes to a building would make it altered, but noted that the altered buildings were eligible for those tax incentive programs. The ARC review process, which is what we do, you know, locally for the ad valorem tax incentive programs, ensures that the structures will be appropriately rehabilitated and enables the change for their continued use. You know, as stated, many of the structures do exhibit some degree of modification, but the overall historic integrity of the district is maintained through the collection of the existing contributing structures, and any loss of contributing structures undermines the integrity of the district and diminishes its legitimacy. Just sort of to recap, the request was for a change in status from contributing to non-contributing, and the HPC heard this request on June 14th of this year. And it determined that 1314 South DeSoto, it was determined by staff that 1314 South DeSoto Avenue was built during the Hyde Park Historic District's period of significance. It was identified in the 1985 nomination for the National Register listed Hyde Park Historic District and determined to be contributing but altered. And it has been shown as contributing on all maps for both the locally designated and the National Register Historic Districts for Hyde Park. The classification of the structure has been consistent. Alterations to the two elevations, except for the enclosure of the garage, were in place at the time the structure was originally determined to be eligible as contributing, and therefore staff considers that its integrity has been maintained. The HPC motion is here on your screen for you. As Ms. Pettis-Mackle stated, they've voted to deny the application. And that HPC motion was consistent with the recommendations that staff made to the HPC in June, based on the research and evidence that 1314 South DeSoto Avenue should retain its status as a contributing structure to the Hyde Park Historic District. I think that concludes my presentation now, and at this time, as the applicant comes forward. Yes.
We have a question for staff. Councilman Carlson?
Can I just ask you a quick question? You said that the property was eligible for tax incentives because of its status. Do you know if the current owner or any recent owners have benefited from the tax deductions?
I'm not aware that that's happened at this property now.
Does that mean it didn't, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. No staff is here that would know that, right? Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Petitioner?
We have a PowerPoint to load, if that's all right. Looks different up here.
Thank you.
Jamie Mayer of law firm Hillward Henderson, representing the applicant, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, and I have been sworn, and I'm trying to put this thumb drive in here. Yes, it's still on the prior.
Just to make sure that we don't have to do this again, everyone in this room has been sworn in that is going to give any type of testimony. Thank you. Still waiting for IT to bring up your PowerPoint.
They're coming. I press PC. Oh, sorry. Oh, he's gone.
Sorry.
No wonder they can't.
It's changed since the last time.
Tom Driver's here.
Well, in the meantime, we did, as you're now seeing, we distributed packets with a copy of the PowerPoint, as well as a copy of a letter from Mr. Saul Fleischman, although he's also here to provide testimony later in our presentation, and also letters of support from surrounding property owners and a map showing where those letters originated from. So we just wanted to make sure you all had that before. All right, well, thank you for bearing with us on that. As staff explained, this is a petition for review of the decision of the HPC to change the status of the 1314 to South DeSoto property from contributing to non-contributing in the Hyde Park District. When you look at the main elevations of this structure, the word contributing, even in its most basic sense and in its historic sense, does not come to mind. Accordingly, this was a decision that the HPC struggled to make. It was a split 3-2 decision. However, the first motion to deny failed. The second motion was a motion to approve. That failed. After a lot of deliberation, there was a renewed motion to deny, which only passed because one member who had been abstaining voted without comment. So the ultimate decision was to just maintain the status quo, that it had been labeled contributing before, the evidence that, well, it had been labeled contributing on all the other maps, therefore it must be contributing. That is not the standard. As you've heard, there is a very express standard, which I'll get into later, but it was pretty much all that the HPC had to go off of. As you saw in the staff report and materials, there really isn't much else other than a footprint on a Sanborn map, which again, in and of itself is not enough. There has to be something more. Just want to walk you through some more photos of this site to further demonstrate. Not only is it not contributing, it detracts from what's around it, and many neighbors have said as much. It is not on par with the other buildings in the Hyde Park District that rightfully have the contributing status and the protections that that status affords. It is an undistinguished structure, and it is a mess. It is a Frankenstein of additions spanning decades. Now, one thing that's important to note, as staff mentioned, there was a list submitted when this district was prepared, a list of all the structures in Hyde Park within the district, and each structure was described, whether contributing or not, and this structure was described as an undistinguished, boxy, two-story vernacular dwelling. As we hear from Mr. Fleischman as well, that is not an identified principal architectural style of the Hyde Park Historic District. Also, again, it was labeled altered but contributing. The alterations are changes to the structure that are inconsistent with the structure's character. But the original character really has never been defined. It was never a noteworthy structure in and of itself. Again, footprint on a Sanborn map doesn't really say anything about the structure. So between the alterations, which Mr. Fleischman will also describe, and its undistinguished original form, as the inventory specifically says, this was not and is not a contributing structure. Here's a snapshot of that historic Hyde Park inventory. This is just a little cross-section of properties in Hyde Park, up and down what used to be called DeSoto Park Avenue. As you can see, all of these contributing structures are a specific style we expect out of Hyde Park: Mediterranean Revival, frame bungalow, colonial revival, craftsman bungalow. Then we get down to 1314, undistinguished, boxy, two-story vernacular dwelling. Now, the HPC report does claim that it's a contributing single-family residence historically and currently. However, that is not the case and has not been the case for at least 70 years. It's a non-contributing multifamily structure. Maybe it was a single-family structure back when it was constructed, but records in these Tampa Tribune clippings, for example, show that as early as in the 50s, upper and lower duplexes were advertised here at this structure. And that is the actual use of the site today. It is zoned multifamily. It was zoned multifamily before it was designated. So here are the standards that, well, the standards are a very thick manual it's called the National Register Bulletin Number 15, which is referenced in the City of Tampa Code as the standards that the HPC applies when evaluating a request to go from contributing to non-contributing. While Hyde Park creates the historic context, the bulletin is very clear. Individual structures within that district must themselves possess integrity in order to contribute to the historic significance. In other words, that's how they are contributing. And a threshold question to assess the integrity is you have to define the essential physical features that must be present in that structure for it to retain its significance. Now, we heard that term, but we have no idea, we were not told or provided any evidence what these essential physical features are. And again, no one in favor that we've heard of maintaining the status, that staff has not provided any evidence of what the essential features are or that they are retained, if they exist. It does not satisfy the historic significance threshold to even meet the critical aspects of integrity, as Mr. Fleischman will also discuss. Again, just a note about that altered but contributing status. An altered but contributing structure is one which has undergone alterations inconsistent with its character, but those alterations can be returned with reasonable effort and cost to approximately its historic form. But here it says it has to be evident that these changes are remedial in order to be altered but contributing rather than just non-contributing. Well, it's very easy to dismiss all of these alterations, I suppose, as remedial without any analysis or discussion of that, and we disagree, which again, you'll hear more from Mr. Fleischman on that. But at minimum, the alterations compound the lack of integrity that this structure has. And as is evident from what may be left of its original form, the structure itself did not have significance. So to kind of bring that together, there's no concrete evidence of what the structure was really supposed to be. It didn't have a style. It doesn't have a style. There's no articulation of what its essential physical features were or how they've been retained. And there's no definition of how alterations made to it are remedial, could easily be reversed, and what the structure would be remediated to. In addition, as I think the photos make pretty clear, the structure is beyond repair. It's totally dilapidated. Inspectors have deemed not only is it not compliant with the building code, but it cannot be brought up to the building code because of the way it's been cobbled together. Insurance companies will not insure this structure, so it can't be legally inhabited, and it hasn't been for 2.5 years. Again, we have reports from architects, insurance companies, and inspectors stating as much. I'll skip through this because Mr. Fleischman is here to speak. He evaluated this property, and again, I'll have him come up in a minute. But in addition to Mr. Fleischman's testimony, we received letters, which are in your packet, of neighbors expressing their support for removing the contributing status of the structure. And these are stakeholders, property owners in Hyde Park themselves, former ARC board member, one of them, many members of Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, architects, contractors, people who lived in Hyde Park and have for a long time. And even as you can see, those who live around it don't see its value. People don't like this structure. Again, these are just some quick summaries of these letters, but I would urge you to just read those at least as much as you can in their entirety and see what the neighbors who are actually affected by this property and who do live in Hyde Park have to say. Finally, I would like to show kind of the immediate surrounding area. This is quintessential historic Hyde Park. To the west, across DeSoto, Burns Park. To the north, a multifamily in the Mediterranean Revival style. To the south, a craftsman across hills. And to the east, a bungalow. This structure doesn't contribute to any of that. It detracts from this character that is quintessentially Hyde Park. It's undistinguished, it lacks integrity, and it is heavily, heavily altered. And I'd like to make a note, even if this building were deemed non-contributing and didn't have the protection of that status, just by being in Hyde Park, as I know you all are familiar with, the ARC would require a certificate of appropriateness for any additions made to this, for any changes made to it, any new construction. So the property itself would always have to be subject to review of the Hyde Park guidelines and consistency therewith. Finally, I know council is aware that the Hyde Park district is being expanded. More contributing structures are coming into the district, so removing this one building from the contributing roster is not going to impact the district's legitimacy. In fact, it is not as legitimate to use the status for structures that do not warrant it, that does not serve the goal of preservation. So we urge that council please do overturn the HPC's decision, which was a split vote, and take the contributing status from this structure. And I will now ask Mr. Fleischman to come up.
Thank you, Jamie. Saul J. Fleischman Jr., Fleischman Garcia Maslowski Architecture, 324 Hyde Park Avenue. I consider myself not only an architect, but a preservationist. I have a long history of involvement in preservation of Tampa. I was a founding member of the historic Tampa-Hillsborough County Preservation Board in the early 70s and served on that board for 20 years. I was a founding member of the Architectural Review Commission and served on that for 6 years until termed out. Usually I come before City Council and the ARC trying to save old historic buildings. But this is the second time I've appeared before you trying to recommend the change of designation from contributing to non-contributing and demolition. The first one was 25 years ago in 1997, a quarter of a century. And that was 1801 Bayshore, which was the Swan House, which was an old house, but it had been altered over the years. So I made the case that, which the ARC agreed to, that the designation needed to be changed because it was non-remedial, and they finally agreed to it, changed the designation, we demolished it, and what remains today at 1801 is that iconic Mediterranean Revival home for Don and Erica Wallace that I think everybody would agree has improved the look of Bayshore. This is a very similar request because this building has been changed a number of times over the years. In fact, the thing that gives me most heartburn about it was the removal of the original second floor terrace on Hills Avenue that at the time overlooked not only Bayshore Boulevard, but Hillsborough Bay in the distance. That was an important character-defining element for this house, and it's gone because of an addition on the second floor that was very insensitively designed. That addition has windows that are poorly proportioned. They're almost square, not narrow and tall, like the existing windows on the first floor of the house and the existing windows on the north side of the second floor, which was part of the original fabric of the home. The windows are aluminum. That's forbidden in the historic district. They need to be wood or they need to be a composite wood. So I mentioned the proportions. So the historic form of the house, because of the loss of that second floor terrace and the addition, does not resemble the original house. It has asbestos siding on the new second floor addition, not an original material. It has an aluminum roof fascia and soffit, not an original material. The barrel tile roofing is not an original material. It was originally shingles. So I recommend strongly that this house be, the designation be changed to non-contributing and demolition allowed for it. It's not a charming house in the district. In fact, this morning, when I wanted to take a final walk around to make sure what I was saying was accurate, there was a lady walking her dog, and she saw me taking pictures, and she said, "Hey, what did the city council say?" I said, "Well, it's actually this afternoon. Why don't you try to attend?" She says, "That house needs to come down. It's an eyesore. I hate it. I mean, and she's talking on the phone, and she said, "I'm talking to Stacy Hahn, who is on our Hillsborough County School Board. And Stacy agrees it needs to come down." So anyway, I strongly urge you to change the designation to non-contributing to allow it to come down. And then the ARC will approve anything that replaces it. And I guarantee you, it will be a lot more charming. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or any questions? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this? Please, if you're going to speak to this, form a line on my left, your right.
I'm Della Costa, Vice President, Historic Hyde Park Historic Preservation, Historic Tampa, Hillsborough County, my God, HHP&A, Historic Hyde Park Preservation Association. I'm Patrick Chimino, who is President of the association. He's out of the country. I'm going to read to you the motion that the HHP&A made regarding this case. Motion to support, this was made, this action was taken in June 2022. Support the HPC staff finding that the property located at 1314 South DeSoto Avenue should retain its contributing structure to the Hyde Park Historic District. The property embodies this distinctive architecture of the type and period that maintains the original architectural features of a historic building. In other words, we're asking you to listen to your staff. I'll submit this into the record. And the Spanish Town Creek Neighborhood Association also passed a motion supporting the staff. I think you have that, but I'm going to give it to you into the record. One of the things, very briefly, that I want to say is undistinguishable is not a criteria for declassification of a historic building. If you were to use a criteria undistinguishable, you will not have the houses in Dobierville, Ybor City. They're undistinguishable. Uninhabitable is not another criteria. Insurance criteria is not a criteria. When you have a historic property that's empty, you can't get insurance. That's across the board. But that doesn't make it disqualified as does not make it a non-contributing structure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Cross.
Mr. Acosta, could I ask you to just state your professional qualification and experience, please?
Well, I'm an architectural historian. I sat on the Historic Hillsborough County Preservation Commission, the same one as Saul Flashman sat on. I was the administrator of the Architecture Review Commission. I was an adjunct professor in historic preservation at the International Academy of Design and Architecture. I lectured at the University of Florida, both at Gainesville and Nantucket, on historic preservation. What a non-contributing structure is when you cannot see any more of its character-defining features. Burns, and this has nothing to do with the restaurant, the building where Burns is housed in. Below that building is a historic building. It was red brick, classic early 20th century vernacular commercial architecture, storefronts, wood doors, wood windows, what you see in Ybor City. The windows have been boarded up, all the original openings have been boarded up, it's been stuccoed over, the architecture has changed. That's an example of a historic building becoming non-contributing. Being ugly or undistinguishable is not a criteria. Code is not a criteria. I don't like it is not a criteria. Another thing that I want to mention to you, and there are neighbors over here, and things like this separate the neighborhood. You don't know what the neighbors were told about this case to write the letters. We were been told a lot of things that were incorrect. Look at the architecture, look at the criteria of the National Park Service, and listen to your staff. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you.
I guess I have for
Councilman
I
Goode.
guess I have for staff. I've listened to the applicant and the expert, so I want to ask staff, when you talk about the code, and this is what I'm having trouble with, if this property cannot be brought up to code, what do? We just let a building dilapidate if it can't be brought up to code? That's what I'm having trouble with.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. The number of buildings and, let me back up a bit, I guess. The cutoff for the year that we consider a building to be contributing to the Hyde Park Historic District is 1933. Bringing all of those buildings that were, built from 1933 and earlier up to present day building code, I think that would be, yes, definitely a huge challenge, and it's not, a requirement except for perhaps insurance purposes or other safety issues. But as far as, the rehabilitation work, it's not something that, it's definitely not something that would be a requirement that would be impressed on them by the ARC.
So what you're telling me is that, if I'm hearing you clearly, there's no criteria because of the age limit of this building to be brought up to code or anything?
It may depend, I can't really speak to that. I'm not in construction, so.
Kamaria Pettis-Malcolm from the City Attorney's Office. Councilman Goods, the criteria that's before City Council has been provided in the packet on what the request is before City Council to change the designation from contributing to non-contributing. Those are the factors City Council should use in order to determine whether or not to change the status of the property. Those are the same standards that the Historic Preservation Commission used in determining whether or not the property's designation should be changed from contributing to non-contributing. Those are the sole factors that can be used in determining whether or not to either overturn the HPC's decision or to affirm it. And I hope that answers your question, but the information is provided in your packet on the criteria that's used in order to determine whether or not the petitioner's request should be what City Council.
And the reason I ask, I keep hearing from both sides, so that's why I'm asking. I'm glad you said that, because when I see a pack and I hear the gentleman talk about codes and relation, that gets my mind a little bit different area, saying, is this an eyesore in the community? Is it falling down? I mean, I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear on it.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Roger Grunke. I reside at 2708 North Elmore Avenue in Tampa's historic Tampa Heights neighborhood. I've lived in Tampa since 1980 and was part of the initial effort to establish the city's extremely successful Hyde Park Historic District. I hold an architecture license in the state of Florida, as well as a building construction contractor's license. My degree is from the University of Florida. I have participated in hands-on preservation work, the Nantucket Preservation Program under the U.S. Department of State, Historic American Building Survey, also the Florida Department of State Historic Site Nomination Program for Palm Beach County, and was also instrumental in producing the privately funded 4-year architectural survey of the town of Palm Beach. The latter served as the foundation for the popular publication Landmark Architecture in Palm Beach. My job was to assess every house to determine whether it had any qualifying characteristics to be included in the survey. My experiences also include 5 years on the Barrio Latino. My architecture career in Tampa has revolved around historically designated neighborhoods. One, the renovation and modernization and additions to contributing historic structures. Two, the design of new structures in historic districts. And three, the strict restoration of historic structures. The latter includes the restoration work on Hillsborough County's oldest residence, the Mosley House. The Florida Trust for Historic Preservation Incorporated has awarded me twice for new infill structures in historic neighborhoods. My work has also been twice recognized by the Tampa-Hillsborough Planning Commission with awards of excellence. I not only know what qualifies architecture as being historically significant, it's something that I have lived and continue to live. The subject of discussion today is the two-story masonry and frame residence at 1314 DeSoto. This historic residence was constructed in 1921 and is a mix of styles, all of the same period, some mission, Spanish eclectic with prairie influences. This is the field guide to American houses by Virginia Lee.
I will give you 30 seconds more.
Okay, I will skip that, and I want to show the council 3 photographs. Can we pull this up, please?
The Elmo, please. Thank you.
Okay, this house is 1902 West Morrison Avenue. You can see the shape that it was in. You can see the porches, the second floor gallery had been enclosed. The same was true for the back. This is also was a porch that was enclosed. And that's what it looked like from the front. This is what it looked like finished, and it appeared in Southern Living magazine. To say that the property at 1314 is unremedial is very far-fetched. You can see from these photos.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Somerville. I live at 2107 West Deacle Avenue in historic Hyde Park. I agree with the findings of the professional staff and the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission regarding 1314 South DeSoto Avenue. I also want to make the point that there would be many more neighbors here with expressing the same that I have just expressed were this meeting held in the evening. Many of us work during the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pam Canella. I live at 604 South Orleans. I recently read about one of the biggest problems happening in our historic neighborhoods. It's called demolition by neglect. We are losing more and more and more homes every day. Owners who don't maintain their historic property, allowing their property to deteriorate, only to claim enormous cost of repair, claiming economic hardship. An economic hardship due to the owner's preference as to what he would like to do with the property and allows his property to deteriorate is not sufficient to constitute a hardship entitling the owner. Owners have a duty to maintain their property and should be held responsible, as per Tampa Code of Ordinance, Chapter 27 and 19. Lack of maintenance on a property falls on the responsibility of the owner. 1314 South DeSoto was given contributing status in 1985 when Hyde Park was designated a historic district. The owner purchased this home in 2019. Now in 2022, he wants to have the designation of contributing status removed. His signature on the purchase contract was an agreement that he was prepared to accept the responsibility of this historic home. So, why did he buy it? He knew then that this home is an important part of our city's history. It was built in 1921, and in 1985 was designated as a contributing structure when Hyde Park became a historic district locally and under the National Historic Registry. Our Historic Preservation Commission found no changes in their review of the 1314 South DeSoto. They are the experts. I support their decision not to remove contributing status on 1314 South DeSoto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Saul-Senna, and I live at 157 Biscayne in Tampa. Years and years ago, I was a young staff planner at the Planning Commission and helped write the Hyde Park plan. At that time, that was way before coming to be a member of Tampa City Council. At that time, Hyde Park was in dreadful, dreadful shape. Most of the larger homes had been chopped into rooming house rooms. You couldn't get a loan from a white bank. In those days, banks were segregated. And the level of deterioration was really poignant. It is extraordinary the strides Hyde Park has made over the last several decades. Actually, I took a walk in this very neighborhood yesterday and was so impressed by the level of maintenance, which hasn't been seen in Hyde Park since many of these homes were originally created. The home that's being discussed today as a potential as a contributing structure has not been one of the fortunate structures. It has not seen tender loving care. It has been mistreated with improper windows, with improper siding. But the good news for buildings, as opposed to people, is that you can replace the windows with the historically appropriate ones. You can replace the siding with the original siding that's appropriate, and you can bring it back to the original character, which is still there underneath the unfortunate interim changes. I look to you all. This is not easy. This is not a spectacularly glamorous, gorgeous building. It is a vernacular building. But what we're discussing today is the quality of a historic district, and the key word is contributing. This is not, and was never, one of Hyde Park's superstar structures. It is a modest home, but it's a nice home, and it contributes to the feel, the scale, the character. It has all of the bones of a contributing structure. So I ask you to support the staff recommendations, the board recommendations, and recognize that this truly is a contributing structure in the Hyde Park Historic District. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this? Do we have anyone online?
We have one person registered, Tom Rask, however, he is not signed on.
Rebuttal?
Yes, please. Just for the record, Jamie Mayer again for the applicant. A few points here. First of all, no one wants to actually talk about this property. We've heard a lot about the district. We've heard a lot about some history of the district and other just positive things about this district, but nobody wants to talk about this house. I don't know about you all, but I still don't know what the essential physical features of this structure are that are what make it significant and how those structures, those features have been retained. I don't know that from public comment, and I don't know that from staff. People keep referring to this as a home. It is not a home. It's a multifamily structure, and it has been a multifamily structure for 70 years at least, and it is zoned multifamily. So this is not, there's no, it's not a contributing home, and that word is thrown around incorrectly. And again, the HPC report has that incorrectly. It is not a home, It's a multifamily structure. Not once has anybody actually applied, including staff, the National Register Bulletin. How is integrity? How have we actually seen how this structure has integrity? How have we actually seen what its essential physical features are? Now, as to the letters we received in support, if you've read those letters, I think it's pretty clear that these neighbors are very familiar with the structure, and their opinion is very strong that it is a terrible structure and provides no value and is not worth saving. Those are the letters that are in your packet, and they knew what this structure is. And again, I want to remind council that HPC struggled with this decision. There was 3 motions, 2 failed, and the HPC did not have the benefit of Mr. Fleischman's testimony. He was not at that hearing. They did have the neighborhood association's letter and testimony, so they had all of that, but they still struggled with the decision because it was not clear what was so significant about this property. I believe our client, the applicant, would like to speak as well.
Thank you very much. I'm Jim Blackman. I'm the property owner at 1314 South DeSoto. I'd like to address the gentleman's question on the code specifics, but first give some context to the comments that I heard earlier. I'm not petitioning under a hardship consideration. I simply mentioned and asked our team to mention the inability to insure the property as a function of it not being to code and cannot be brought up to code. Why specifically is that true? From a professional inspector's report, he said specifically, the house was constructed without a crawl space, no space underneath, no space in the walls, and no space above to run the required plumbing, electrical, mechanical equipment. He said it is not to code and the building cannot be brought to code. That is a relevant point to bring up in this because the request out of the HPC staff report is that the building, and the suggestion is that it can be rehabilitated according to the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. That is not correct because before it goes into those standards of rehabilitation, the Secretary of Interior standards first paragraph says that these steps are to be executed under the considerations of economic and technical feasibilities, unquote. So that is the basis by which we proposed and put into the presentation that the building is simply not up to code and cannot be brought up to code. I am a preservationist. I have lived in Hyde Park for 20 years plus. I am an HHPNA member. I have preserved my own house. I have the trifecta of preservations. I have a ad valorem tax credit. I have the historic preservation banner, and my house was featured as a top property 2 blocks away on the 2011 historic home tour. I bought this property with the full intention of restoring this. It was only after reluctant inspections and piecing and pulling apart the apartments that this building had been divided up into that I realized, very unfortunately, the car is simply totaled. I want to restore the car that has been involved in the accident, but I simply cannot. I want to finish with one last line. We're referencing the NRB. The staff report referenced the NRB pages 44 to 49. Under the caption, how to evaluate the integrity of a property. If we are to evaluate the integrity of a property, we have to do so in its entirety. Everyone took an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but part of that truth was left out.
30 seconds.
Specifically, if a historic exterior building material is covered by a non-historic material, such as modern siding, which mine is, the property can still be eligible if its significant forms and features are not obscured. Mine are. Here, key point. If a property's exterior is covered by a non-historic false front or curtain wall, which mine is, the property will not qualify under criteria A, B, or C. Such a property, I'm skipping down because I might run out of time, but such a property also cannot be considered a contributing element in a historic district. That is the very code quote out of page 47 that is included in the report. So by default, the HPC staff report makes our very case. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this? What is the pleasure of council?
Close the public hearing.
There we go.
Thank you very much. You know, I always, and I say this a lot publicly in a lot of hearings, rezoning, et cetera, always give staff reports a lot of deference and whatnot. They're kind of the, as I always say, the legs in a stool that we can use to approve or deny a case. So I know this has been stated in so many ways before, but if I may ask the council here, what distinguishes your position or your case from that report? Not just the decision of the board previously, but the actual report.
So, and apologies if I misunderstand the question, but my answer is simple. There is no evidence provided. There's no analysis of the criteria. There's no evidence applied to those criteria in the staff report. Staff's burden is not met and has not been met at all. And that is the crux of it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Move to close.
Should we ask staff to respond?
Yeah.
Should we ask staff to respond to that?
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. The fact that this property is currently contributing is a decision that was made in the 1980s. We have not been charged with determining whether or not it still, meets that particular criteria, only with whether or not it should be changed to non-contributing.
Councilman Goose.
Could she come back and repeat that last section there?
So what I believe I said was that what we were doing in the staff report was stating the facts. The building was determined to be contributing in the 1980s and has remained as such. And basically, our position was not to reassess it at this point. As to whether or not it should be contributing or non-contributing, but.
So we don't
to lay out
automatically
the
just
information.
reassess it if it comes before you for review, you don't automatically just reassess it, it just automatically just because it was back in 1980?
Because there have been no substantial changes to it for us to have a reason to make that determination.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
I have a legal question.
Councilman Miranda.
I'm listening to this very intensely, and there's three things we can do. Move to affirm, move to remand, and move to overturn. Am I correct, Counselor?
Maria Pettis-Macker from the legal department. That is correct.
There's only one thing in my mind in listening to both sides, and both sides did a very professional job in making the presentation. However, at the end, I heard one comment when they said that what we're hearing now, Mr. Flashman did not report, was not present in the hearing with the Historic Preservation Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct. He was not present at the hearing.
So we're not really listening to the same case.
He provided some information this afternoon, but the board did not hear what he said. He was not present for the HBC hearing.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions? Councilman Carlson.
I just wonder, and the applicant's gonna get the last word and can rebut all this, I think, but could legal, tell me if I'm wrong, but can I ask the gentleman from University of Florida, Mr. Grunke, I forgot your name. You ran out of time, but you started to give us your analysis on the three different architectural styles and the historic significance of this.
Yes, thank you very much. Quickly, this book, by, The Field Guide to American Houses, is the go-to book for the City of Tampa preservation staff, the preservation department. This book is used across the United States as a guide to evaluate the historic quality of styles. And out of this book, we learn very easily that The 1314 is what we consider an American eclectic house of the beginning of the 20th century. Okay, it's mission style and Spanish eclectic with influence of prairie style. This house fits all the criteria for those classifications. The footprint of the house is rectilinear. There are some additions on the east side, but overwhelmingly, the house was originally and still can be brought back to its rectilinear form. The very important feature, which has not been covered and has really not been altered, is the prominent one-story open porch. This is a character-defining feature of mission architecture, and this building had it, has it. It has not been damaged in any way. The building fits into the time period. From Spanish eclectic, low-pitched roof, this house has it. Stucco surface walls, it has it also. The second floor was frame, and that was very common. McAllister also notes that 10% of this typology features flat roofs, which this building had on the small projections.
If I can, I don't know how long Mr. Grunke is going to be testifying to answer the question, but
The applicant will give equal amount of time for rebuttal.
thank you.
The prairie style is evident in the shape of the windows and the way they're positioned on the building. Also, the prairie style emphasizes simplicity and decoration. What many people are calling an unimportant building is the fact that its simplicity is apropos to its style. So this building is absolutely an example of quality historicism belonging to the Hyde Park neighborhood. I think that I think people are confusing, the general public may confuse pretty with historic. Preservation is not necessarily about preserving things that are pretty. It's about preserving things that are historic. When you look at some of the earliest of American architecture, they're not flamboyant. This is such a building, and it is an important asset to this neighborhood. If we were to remove its designation, it would open the door for any building in the future within the district.
Sir, I'm sorry, you've answered my question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Petitioner, rebuttal time?
Saul Fleischman, 324 Hyde Park Avenue. Mr. Grunke's comments are a bit of a stretch. I'm not sure I can see any mission style or craftsman style influences in this home. Mediterranean Spanish eclectic because it's stucco and has a covered porch. That's a stretch. If it was either one, it would probably have arches or decorative corners in the entrance to the porch. Prairie style, that's a real stretch. It does have a hip roof, but prairie style homes had really long cantilevered eaves, as a la Frank Lloyd Wright, and horizontal trim, horizontal lines. None of that's evident except perhaps the fascia, which again is metal, not wood. The soffits are metal, not wood or a similar material. So it's really, and I'm a proponent of the field guide, and I've used it throughout my career, but I'm not sure this, this home conforms to any of those. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Is there?
Councilman, excuse me.
Sorry. If I may, I think we still have just a couple more minutes to match that extra time. Just a couple of really, really quick points. The historic Hyde Park guidelines specifically say there is precisely one example of a prairie style in the district. So, and it's not this one. It's a specific identified structure in those guidelines. So I just want to point that out. If it's a mix of all of these styles, why was it labeled by the city in its inventory as an undistinguished boxy two-story vernacular dwelling when they could have labeled it as any of these other styles, as they were clearly very capable of doing and ascertaining what those styles were at the time they were taking an inventory? And if it really is a mix of all of these styles, why is the city's professional staff, why were they unaware of it in their staff report? I simply think that it is what it is. It's an undistinguished boxy building that should not have been labeled contributing. Thank you.
Councilman Goods.
And Ms. Maniscalco, let me know if I'm on the wrong slope here. Can city staff answer her question? What style of home is it, or was it?
Is that a question, is that a question of council?
Yes, if that's the case.
Well,
I mean,
Mr. Chairman, members of council, the answer is that you have an opportunity to ask questions, you have an opportunity to get the answer to the questions, and then you had rebuttal. And what happened was that in response to a question, it required additional time for rebuttal. If you go by your rules, your procedures are set forth, the question is,
Ms. Shelby, can she answer it or not? That's all.
Yeah,
but
Mr. Shelby,
Yes, sir.
we haven't closed the case yet, so we can always ask more questions. We have to give rebuttal in an appropriate time that was used when we ask someone else a question.
That's correct, sir. And the concern that I have is that the questions and then a rebuttal and then a response, another question and then a rebuttal and then a response changes the hearing, but.
I'm just asking your legal opinion, or you were the city attorney. I have two people. Mr. Carlson called up an expert. We had another expert come. So I just want to know, what style of home is it? Do we have a distinguish of it, or we don't? Can you answer that question, Ms. Maniscalco? You can't.
From the legal department, I can't answer that question. Staff is here if you
Right.
want to ask staff that
Right.
question.
I keep saying, Mr. Shelby, can I ask staff that question?
As long as the petitioner does have the last word and has rebuttal.
I don't care about that. I just want to know. I had an expert come up.
You have to care about it. You have to care
Well,
about
I
it.
care, but I'm saying I had an expert come up on the other side, another expert here, so I want to hear from staff. Do they know what this is?
We have it classified as masonry vernacular.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, City Council? One second. One second. Do you rebuttal? No. I need to ask staff a question. Legal. The paperwork that you gave us that sets up criteria and everything from historic districts, what classifies a historic district, visual effects, non-historic exterior. Is this the criteria that sets forth distinguishing a house as a historic home in an historic area? Are these the guidelines?
Staff can answer that question.
This is not legal.
I'm sorry?
This is not legal.
That's the criteria that's used.
Is this legally binding to the criteria?
Yes, that's the criteria.
That's all I needed
Yes.
to know.
Yes.
That's all I
Okay.
needed to know.
Okay.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. What is the pleasure of council? Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I've heard both sides and a lot of evidence. And having said that, my motion would be to move to affirm the HPC's decision to deny the request to change the designation status from contributing to non-contributing regarding application number HPC 2022-2 for the property located at 1314 South DeSoto Avenue because the petition does meet the criteria set forth in Code Section 27-261I and the National Register Bulletin number 15.
We have a motion that is seconded by Councilman Maniscalco, made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. Any comments?
I would just like to add, which one you want?
Councilman Carlson.
I would just like to add as evidence or backup to the motion that we've had testimony from staff that about the architectural style. We've had testimony by 3 experienced experts, including either current or former professor from the University of Florida, who went through in detail to talk about the different styles that are represented in the architecture, and the 3 experts in the community testified as to the fact that it is a contributing structure and its importance and relevance to the surrounding areas.
I support that as part of the motion.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I would also like to add, as facts, that it retains the majority, under criterion C, it does retain the majority of the features that illustrate its style in terms of the massing, spatial relationships, proportion, pattern of windows and doors, textures and materials, and ornamentation. And as a comment, I see those styles when I look at the photos. I see craftsmen in this, absolutely. I see mission style in this, so I can physically see those myself.
Any other comments or questions? Councilman Randall.
This is not a de novo hearing, right? Or wrong?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Yes, this is a de novo hearing.
This is a de novo hearing.
Yes.
Anything else? I will just make a couple statements. In our paperwork that is our legal basis, there's just a couple things. Defending the essential physical features. All property changes over time. It is not necessary for the property to retain all its historic physical features or characteristics. Then I come down to visibility and physical features. Properties eligible under criteria A, B, and C must not only retain their essential features, but the features must be visible enough to convey their significance. Must be visible enough to convey their significance. Ladies and gentlemen, years ago when I was growing up, if a Cocker Spaniel and a Poodle had a puppy, we called it a mutt. But it was still loved just as much as one that is today called a cockapoo. There are some people who love this building. There are some people who do not. It has historic value, in my opinion. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Let's take a roll call vote.
Miranda?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item number 75, file number DE1-22-235C. Chair. Councilman Vieira.
If I may, I hopefully we'll be able to stay to the end. In case if I don't, if I may, I know this is unorthodox, I was presenting a commendation to the Tampa Hispanic Bar. May I just quickly move for that?
Second. Surely.
Just, so I don't like to present things without, just in case. Thank you. There you go. Thank
Motion
you.
made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
Agenda item number 75, file number DE 122235-C.
Good afternoon, Kamari Pettis Malcolm from the Legal Department. Before you is item number 75, which is a petition for review for the property located at 4619 North Clark Avenue. This is a petition for review regarding a decision by staff for a design exception. Unlike the previous case, City Council will have two actions that they can take regarding this matter after hearing all the evidence in this case. The petitioner for this regarding this matter is Michael Cass. He made a request of staff to allow for a 6-foot-high PVC fence along the south property boundary with a 5-foot buffer. Staff determined that the request does not meet the criteria in the code as outlined in Code Sections 27-284.3.3 and Code Section 27-60, which gives the criteria regarding design exceptions. City Council was previously provided the code sections that I just stated, along with 27-61, sample motions and rules of procedures in order to conduct this hearing. The standard of review regarding this matter is a de novo review, which means that City Council, according to the code, can accept new evidence, you can take public testimony, and make a decision to determine whether or not the application or the petitioner meets the criteria as outlined in 27-60 regarding alternative design exceptions. Staff is present to give an overview of the requests and the basis for staff's decision. And upon hearing all the evidence in this case, City Council can take two actions in this matter. City Council can affirm the decision of staff and thereby deny the request to allow a 6-foot-high PVC fence along the south boundary with a 5-foot buffer. In doing that, if you affirm it, you're saying that the request does not meet the criteria as outlined in Code Section 27-60. Or City Council can overturn the decision by staff and thereby grant the request to allow a 6-foot-high PVC fence along the south property boundary with the 5-foot buffer. In order to overturn staff's decision, City Council must determine that the request does meet the criteria outlined in 27-60. Staff is online in order to give the presentation.
Do we see you?
Good afternoon, Laura Marley, Development Coordination. Can you please bring up my PowerPoint? Or share my screen?
Very beginning. There you go. Your screen now.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
No, we cannot. We can see you.
Okay.
I think we're getting it right now. There you go. That's not a full size.
No. That one?
Nope. There you, wait, oh, it was there.
Can you still
There you
can't see
go,
it?
bingo.
Okay. All right. So this is DE 122-235. Applicant Michael Cass. Property is 4619 North Clark Avenue, and the zoning is industrial general. The design exception was to reduce a reduction in the required use of the buffer from a 6-foot masonry wall with a 15-foot landscape buffer to a 6-foot PVC fence with a 5-foot landscape buffer. This is the property in question, and the south property line is where the applicant was asking for the reduction. This is the standard for review. Staff made the decision that A was not met, and that is the exception. Neither interferes with the rights of others as provided in this chapter, nor is injurious to the public health, safety, or general welfare.
Ms. Marley, can you
So
go back?
the
Can you go back to the overhead? I'm sorry, you just passed by that very quickly.
Sure.
The aerial view, please. One more.
Not this one?
No, ma'am, the aerial view.
Okay, that's what's showing on my screen.
There you go. There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you take it back there and leave it there? Please.
Is it on your screen?
It is now.
I'm
Can you
seeing-
please leave it there?
Okay.
No, it went
Okay, I
away.
won't touch anything.
It moved again.
It moved? Okay.
We cannot see it.
Okay.
Keep it there,
On my
please.
screen, it is there. I'm not
Keep it
touching
there,
anything.
please. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And, okay. Is everyone satisfied?
Yeah.
Yes? All right, thank you. Please proceed.
You're welcome. Okay, so the adjacent property owner, the one to the south, expressed his opposition in a meeting with staff and declined to sign an affidavit presented by the petitioner in support of the reduced buffer. And this is the site plan that the applicant had submitted. So it is the south property line. As you can see in the yellow highlight, this is what he's proposed is a 6-foot-high PVC fence, and then a 5-foot buffer, because as you can see on the site plan, there are buildings and there's landscape, there's not landscape, buildings and there's a parking lot, and some concrete in the area of where a 15-foot buffer should be. This is a picture of the site. On the right side of the screen, it's a turquoise is the single family, and that would be the property line where the 6-foot wall and 15-foot buffer should have been. And again, this is a view of the property that in the majority of the screen is a single family. Do you have any questions?
Any
I'm
que-
sorry. Kamaria Pettis-Malco from the City Attorney's Office. If I could just have staff just re-explain, there's two bases in which staff denied the application from the petitioner. It's based on 2760A and subsection A and subsection E. That's according to the letter.
The letter I do not have in front of me. A is the one that, interferes with the property, and E is the approval of the exception of standards, include conditions of approval as necessary to ensure that adjustments granted does not constitute a grant of special privileges inconsistent with the limitations upon other properties in the vicinity and within the same zoning district.
Okay, any questions for staff? Councilman Goode.
Ms. Maniscalco, is this letter a part of the evidence or a part of the record, or?
Kamaria Pettis-Malco from the City Attorney's Office. Yes, the staff's decision is in Sire. It's a part of the packet that was emailed to City Council.
Okay.
Mr. Maniscalco, Councilman Maniscalco.
You saying Pettis-Malco or Maniscalco?
I don't know what I'm saying. I'm tired, man.
Because every time you
Everybody
call-
now knows how I feel when I say veranda.
I apologize.
Comments or questions? Councilman Miranda.
Let me see, under your staff report, I'd like to make sure that where it says here, code section and exception requested. Code requires a buffer between Group A, single-family resident, and Group C, open storage vehicle recovery, a 6-foot masonry wall with a 15-foot landscape buffer consistent of lawn and low-growing green shrubs, right? That's what's required?
Correct. Correct.
And the request is for a 6-foot PVC fence and a 5-foot buffer.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Actually, this, it's a question for the petitioner.
Any other further questions for staff? Petitioner.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. Christina Rainey on behalf of the petitioner, Michael Cash Ruler, 1505 North Florida Avenue. I'll be very brief up top and 5 minutes for rebuttal. After speaking with Eric Cotton on staff, he said he would not have had an objection to the alternative design. We were going to do an 8-foot PVC fence with a 5-foot heavily landscaped buffer. And that the only reason that they had an objection was because of the objection of the neighbor to the south. The applicant has no issue with building a taller fence or additional landscaping as desired for the buffer, but due to the, let's see, limitations here with the property.
Overhead, please.
Let's see, if you can see here, this is where the two buildings are located.
If you could just,
There you go. We've got it up there.
Is it ready
We don't
now?
have it
Okay.
on our screens.
All right, so as you,
There we go.
okay, as you can see here with the two buildings in yellow, they're obviously much closer than 15 feet. And then here you can see in more detail the parking spaces that are already here. And so it's not possible with the use of the property to have a 15-foot buffer.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So this is not a new building?
No, these structures are existing. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I'm sorry, you finished with your presentation?
Yes.
Any other comments or questions? What are the hours of operations of this?
It does not have set hours of operation. It's a towing business, so it's kind of as needed with vehicles coming in and out of the
Constantly.
area.
Could be 24 hours a day.
It could be.
So, and I guess my line of questioning is going, headlights flashing into residents' windows, is there going to be any type of loud noises? Is there going to be any, distractions or people that cannot sleep?
I understand. So the PVC fencing that has been proposed is a solid barrier, so there wouldn't be any light intrusion from the property. As far as loud noises, I mean, no more noise than cars passing on the street outside of your house, I would say. That's kind of the same thing there.
No irate customers that got their car towed wrongfully, screaming and hollering? I'm being facetious.
Not that I know of.
I'm being facetious. I got towed, yes, I did wrongfully. Any other comments or questions to the petitioner? Anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this? And it was my friend that towed it.
I hope I still have a little energy left. Good afternoon, City Council. I will try to make my statement brief and to the point. Ever since this man, Mike Cass, purchased the parcel at 4619 North Clark Avenue, which abuts my property, I didn't give you my name, I'm
please.
sorry. My name is Bill Calvo, C-A-L-V like Victor O, and I reside at 4617 North Clark Avenue, and I abut the 4619 on the north property line. Ever since this man, Mike Katz, purchased the parcel at 4619 North Clark Avenue, which abuts my property on the south side, it has been a nightmare. He collects 5 rents there. 3 landscaping companies are there, 2 to 3 residents in the back building, which is about 230 square feet, made for one person. I should know, I once lived there. Mr. Cass has told people, quote, "I purchased this property and I can do with it what I want," unquote. Keep in mind, this man is a lawyer and should know better. Well, he can't do whatever he wants next to my home, my homestead of 27 years. And for your information, he broke open the front with no permits and covered it up. I'm talking about the cement that was shown in front of the property. No permits, he was cited, and covered it up with no engineering, no engineer signing off. Blacktopped the whole site, again, no permits. Thus caused more flooding to me. About a year ago, Tampa PD narcotics unit raided the place. They arrested at least 2 people for distributing methamphetamine. Used, using the tow trucks and motorcycles to do so. That was confirmed to me by Tampa PD, because I went out there and spoke with them. Tampa PD told me what was going on there. Mr. Cass told me, quote, "They are nice people there." Sure, they are. One of which is still there, a tow truck driver. When I left the sign saying, "Please return my Amazon package," after 4 days, he came to my door. I thought it was a mailman. It was this tow truck driver. He got in my face, threw the sign in my face, and told me if I ever effing go over there, he's going to do me bodily harm. Ever since, I always have to have a firearm ready because of tenants he has. Mr. Cass enjoys a 6-foot cement wall on his north side, which I had put up with Mr. Miranda's help way back, and now he raised it to 8-foot cement wall on his northern buffer. He must follow Tampa City Code, which states next to a residence, you must put up a 6-foot cement wall, full length of the property line, and a 15-foot buffer. He went and blacktopped everything. There's no greenery there, and was cited. Mr. Cass calls me up, and Mr. Cass calls me up. Mr. Cass calls me up, nothing. How are you, Mr. Calvo? He gets right to it and says, "I'm drafting a waiver and I want you to sign it." I told him, "I'm not signing any waiver."
Thank you, sir.
And he threatened me to cause me problems. The pursuit of happiness and good quality of life on my homestead. I have since consulted a
sir.
civil rights attorney, and if need to, will file a complaint with the U.S. Justice Department. I would like to finally...
Thank you very much, sir. Your
Can I show one
three
picture?
minutes is up.
One picture?
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Can council see my
You can
pictures?
submit them as evidence that way.
Yes, please. It's been a nightmare over there. He doesn't follow the law.
He's going to submit those. We're going to have to give time for the petitioner to see them.
Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to this?
Mr. Chairman, one last word, because you mentioned hours of operation. They operate 24/7, 1:40 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:50 in the morning. I had to call the police because they were pressure washing their trucks. It's been a nightmare. They got me on nerves over there.
The petitioner
And
stated that,
And
sir.
I urge council to make them follow Tampa City Code, which staff said that they must follow. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Will you be keeping those pictures?
No, we have to show the petitioner as well.
And then they can go into the record if you like.
But they're going to go into the record. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this? Representative for the petitioner, do you want rebuttal?
Do you want her to see the pictures before, do you want to see the pictures before rebuttal?
sure,
Or
yeah.
that's the question.
Pass them around and then we'll hand them.
Okay, great. Can I go ahead and start? All right.
I thought you wanted to see the pictures before you started your rebuttal.
Oh, okay.
That's recent, because that's where that fell down from the, what do you call it? What's the purpose of the pictures? I'll ask. Okay.
Christina Rainey on behalf of the petitioner. I guess just to start off with, I don't see how any of that is relevant, and I have no knowledge of 5 tenants being there, any of that. So I just want to start off with that I don't think any of that's relevant to this issue here with the fencing. As you're aware, the intent of section 27-284.33 is to reduce the impacts of new or expanded use on adjacent existing users. So the point of this was to add additional landscaping to create more of a buffer. As you can see from the pictures, there's not much of a buffer existing at this point. The current wood fence is falling down, so that's why the new fence is needed. Let's see. The reason a masonry wall wasn't proposed was because it would be prohibitively expensive. It was about $55,000, I believe, whereas the PVC fencing was $10,000. So that was the reason that was proposed. Let's see. The applicant's proposed design and use of the property does not impact the adjacent property owner's enjoyment of his property. However, it does impact the applicant's use of the property. If that 15-foot buffer is required, the usable space here is greatly reduced, just due to the shape of the property and the existing structures.
I know this is your rebuttal time, however.
No, that's fine.
Councilwoman
Oh, go
Hurtak
ahead.
has a question.
Sure.
When was this property purchased?
When did you purchase the property?
5 or 6 years ago, I don't remember.
About 5 or 6 years ago.
And this was zoned the way it is right now, correct? Okay, thank you.
Are you finished with your rebuttal time, or would you like to continue?
I'm the applicant, may I speak?
Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Cass. My office is at 1505 North Florida. I listened to Mr. Calvo. I don't really frankly know what he's talking about. I've had one tenant in there since I purchased it, and there was I've applied for a change of use as a result of a code enforcement violation, which is why I'm here today. And the property is about 235 feet long from back to front, and that, I'm told by my architect, that that's about a $55,000 wall. The wall doesn't really make a difference if you have a plain PVC fence in there, and I'm not sure exactly what the problem is. I rent to a one-man towing company that's been there for the 4 or 5 years that I've owned it, and I think there was a problem with somebody doing some kind of drugs there, but it certainly wasn't my problem, but was taken care of and hasn't occurred since then. And I would ask the council to approve the design, and I'm willing also to go to an 8-foot fence, which was proposed by Mr. Cotton, but Mr. Calvo denied that. So I'm not trying to, I've owned property in this county for 52 years. I've lived here for 52 years. I practiced law here, and I take care of my properties, and I'm like kind of amazed at the fact that Mr. Calvo thinks I had a landscaping company in there. I've never had anybody in there except this particular tenant. So thank you very much.
Does that complete your rebuttal?
Yes.
Move to close?
No, he's entitled now to rebuttal, either here. No? Okay, all right.
It's petitioner.
Just 3 words.
No.
Can't do it. We have a motion closed from Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Aye. What is the pleasure of council?
Well,
I'd like to move to overturn the zoning administrator's denial of this design exception application DE 122-235 for the property located at 4619 North Clark Avenue, because petitioner just demonstrated that the petition is consistent with the applicable general standards set forth in section 27-60.
Second.
Petitioner demonstrated that the petition is consistent with the applicable general standards set forth in section 27-60. Overturn the zoning administrator's denial.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Viera.
Yeah, Mike, I just want to speak.
Any discussion?
I just want to discuss it for a minute. I don't know how long this has been going on, 5 years, 2 years, or whatever. But when you buy a piece of property, it's up to the bearer of the purchaser to make sure that that purchaser meets all the qualifications that is necessary at the time that he or she makes that purchase. That's all I want to say.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I was gonna say the same thing. I agree that, by buying this, the petitioner should have known, what the requirements were, or had done, or should have done due diligence.
Anyone else? Let's go to a roll call vote.
Miranda,
No.
Hurtak,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goose,
No.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
No.
and Citro.
No.
Motion failed with Miranda, Hurtak, Goose, Maniscalco, and Citro voting no.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to uphold the zoning administrator's denial. I move to uphold the zoning administrator's denial of the design exception application DE 1-22-235 for the property located at 4619 North Clark Avenue because the petitioner failed to demonstrate that the application is consistent with the applicable standards set forth in section 27-60.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goode. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Can I just say, do you have,
Here.
why don't you say that, do you have any other evidence to put into a record, or is that the whole motion?
Well, Councilwoman Hurtak did make an interesting comment. The property owner, should have known beforehand before making that purchase. I don't see the dire need for the approval. That it's a, what is the term that I'm looking for? Huh? Yeah, exactly, the hardship, and the necessity for having to. I mean, if I,
Anybody else wants to add to the,
I mean, that's it for me, but.
anybody wants to add to the record based on the testimony or evidence?
Councilman Goode.
City staff did not make a recommendation to move forward. They denied it.
Any other further discussion? Councilwoman Hurtak.
It does not, comply with, section 27-60, subsection E, subsection 5, subsection A, that the exception neither interferes with the rights of others as provided in this chapter, nor is injurious to the public health, safety, or general welfare.
Anyone else? Roll call vote.
Carlson,
No.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Viera, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried motion carried with Carlson and Viera voting no.
Okay. Information and reports. Councilman Miranda.
I don't have any, sir.
Real quickly, and I apologize for doing it so late today, but I had spoke to Mr. Shelby about this earlier today. Mr. Rohiro reported back to you that we have found money in the budget to hire outside counsel to help prepare the charter amendments. And I've spoken to 3 outside law firms that we have contracts with to see if they are available to do so. They all said they could, but it's a short time frame, so I wanted to get the names to you all this afternoon to see if I could get whichever law firm you would like. So the 3 law firms I spoke to were Brian Miller, Olive, Gray Robinson, and Neighbors Giblin. I've done that in alphabetical order. All of them are good law firms. They have attorneys that do governmental law, have a governmental practice, and have been involved in charter issues before. So yes, sir.
We probably all know all those firms, but what criteria should we use to pick them? Is there any criteria?
All three are very well-qualified firms. Any of those three would be good firms. They all have attorneys that have worked on charter issues, that are good government lawyers. You know, if you wanted to ask for a preference, it's hard to tell you which one is better. Brian Miller off and Neighbors Gibbon, I'll just give you a little background. We use primarily for bond work.
Yeah.
But they also have very large government practices throughout the state of Florida, and they have good government lawyers. As you know, Gray Robinson's here locally. They have government lawyers as well, some of whom actually were in our office. So those attorneys have been involved with charter issues as well. So those are all three good choices.
I would just, I know all three of them. I would suggest Bryant, Miller, Olive, because they haven't been involved in some of the other issues that we've had. All three are great firms. Gray Robinson has 2 former city attorneys, but just on this particular issue, I would suggest Bryant, Miller, Olive.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Carlson, seconded by Councilman Goods. Any further discussion? I have a preference of Gray Robinson, but that's my own personal preference. Any other further discussion? Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goose,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Citro.
I have stated my preference, but I will go along with this to make it unanimous.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Information and reports. Councilman,
I apologize. I just had a quick request, Andrea Zoman. I didn't realize until I got upstairs that the motion that was submitted on item number 13 had a date by which you wanted that back, and I believe it was December 1st, which would require it to be uploaded into SIRE by November 17th, which would give me less than 2 weeks to draft it. I need to run it by risk management, and also I'd like to let some of the litigation attorneys in my office provide input, so I'm here to ask for more time.
Yeah, December 15th.
December 15th will give you enough time?
I could probably meet that, yes.
Second.
Is that a yes?
Yes, thank you.
That was in the motion. That was.
Oh,
was
it's
in the
December
motion?
15th? Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it said December 1st. Okay, then never mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Information and reports. Councilman Miranda.
None, sir.
I'm sorry? You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Goods.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I don't like to leave things unfinished business. As you know, we had some issues along the way this year. And I know a lot of members did not want to change our constitution, our rules, but apparently we can do things by ordinance. So I'm going to ask for indulgence on this motion in reference to ordinance. Motion Legal Department to draft ordinance for discussions as first reading and adoption regarding Section 6.03 appointment. The mayor, within 90 days of the taking office or after a vacancy shall exist, shall nominate and submit to the city council for appointment by no fewer than 4 votes of the entire council. Heads of departments and any administrative personnel within administrative authority or responsibility to equal to or greater than that of the department head. The city council, within 15 days after such submission, shall approve or disapprove such appointments. And the failure of the city council to act upon any such nomination within said time shall be appointment thereof. In the event of disapproval by the city council of any said appointments, the mayor within 90 days thereafter shall submit to the city council the name of another nominee. The mayor may select an interim appointment until appointment of the nominee by city council, which shall be for a period of the 90 days, and which may be extended in additional 90 days, and shall be filled only by a person who is an existing employee of the city. The power of removal of such officer shall be vested exclusively in the mayor, with the exception of the city clerk as provided in section 3.01 herein.
I'll second that, and I'd like to discuss it, if I may.
A motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any discussion?
No. Wait, well, me. Man, thank you, sir. So in looking at this, you know, the president, of the United States makes a nominee for Supreme Court Justice. That Supreme Court nominee is vetted through various bodies of government. In history, they usually get approved, not in every case, but it goes through a vetting process. Here in the city of Tampa, we don't have that system until what's being proposed now. But looking at this with no fewer than 4 votes, you need 4 votes to pass the budget. You need 4 votes to get a rezoning pass. Alcoholic beverage, the 4 votes, the majority of the 7. I don't see this as weakening the strong mayor form of government, because at the end it says the power of removal of such officers shall be vested exclusively in the mayor. So once that person is approved, right, we can't as a city council with 4 votes fire that person. The mayor, as a strong mayor, has the opportunity, an exclusive opportunity, to fire that individual. So we may not like their performance, but we can't do anything about it because it's a strong mayor form of government. I think it's fair. It should not be controversial. I understand we discussed this on Tuesday, but I really don't see anything wrong with this. We're not weakening anybody. We're not empowering anybody. Again, the budget, which is the biggest item at almost $2 billion, comes to the city council for approval. And I don't think this is an unfair issue. So I stand by my second and will be supporting this.
Mr. Shelby, you have something to say?
I'm sorry. Mr. Shelby,
Yes,
you're
sir.
recognized.
I certainly do. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Mr. Goods, what you've set forth is actually language from 6.03, appointment of the city charter. And your motion, I believe, because this language would actually be necessarily changing that appointment. I just wanted to get clear what your motion was relative to the charter or relative to having it in the form of an ordinance, because if it were an ordinance, it may be problematic if it conflicts with a section specifically of section 6.03. So what is your or council's pleasure with regard to this proposal?
Are you asking Councilman Goods that? Do you have an answer?
I mean,
to that,
I
Councilman Goods?
proposed the same thing on Tuesday, and I got it down, but I was told it would be better to do it by ordinance, so I'm bringing it by ordinance. So if it needs to be by charter, then I'll take either the latter, but I think it needs to be imposed. It's a necessity to have this done.
You want to say anything?
Councilwoman Hurtak.
In your opinion, could we add this underlined section about interim appointment by ordinance?
You mean to define what an interim appointment is?
Yes.
Under
Yes, this underlined period, or this underlined sentence. Is that something that we could add by ordinance?
Well, that is a very good question. My understanding is that the concept of interim appointments is not defined in the code, and whether that would be related to be able to be put into an ordinance is a very good question.
I like the word nominate versus appointment.
Okay, yeah. Well,
But-
I'm just saying, if
Yeah,
you wanted to do
right.
it by ordinance, that was my suggestion, but I'm happy to support you in a charter change as well.
But if you have the last sentence, you still have the word, as Mr. Goods would say, you still have the word appoint, let's say in the first sentence, as opposed to changing it to nominate. And I don't know if that's a motion to amend, that could be entertained. I just want to be clear on what the motion is, because it appears that what this is a section of the charter that you're looking to change through an ordinance. Is that what your intention is?
Well, my understanding, listening to the comments today, we had to change today went by ordinance. Did that not happen? Did that not happen today? I mean,
I think the confusion is that what you've shown.
Councilman Carlson, you are.
right. So that's why I'm
Councilman
saying.
Carlson, you were recognized. Ms. Selman, can you get over? You made a comment and we did not hear it on the microphone.
I'm sorry. The earlier discussion about settlement wasn't changing any language in the chart that's also in the charter. What you're proposing here is by ordinance changing language that's in the charter, or writing language that's inconsistent with what's in the charter.
All right, then I
So
guess.
those are two different things.
Then, Ms. Selman, I guess we have to look at, if that's the case, if I can get support, then, for the charter change, but I think this is necessary.
Can I,
May I ask for clarification? I'm having trouble understanding what the interim appointment language accomplishes.
That's what I just wrote down here. I'm
Because if
fine
you-
with it.
Because if if, the problem we have is, and what we saw is the interim language would be that the interim person could only be somebody appointed within the city, already employed, versus you put your switcheroo, and I'm gonna appoint Mr. Shelby, who's outside as an interim right now until we may get an appointment, may not. I don't want anybody doing city business outside. I'd rather a person, if we're gonna have a person, should be inside the house already, handling the business, that knows the business, until that person is nominated, who that person could apply, or whoever the outside person is can apply for the job to go for their nomination for the appointment before this body. But I wouldn't want an outside person handling city business who hasn't been here. I just have a problem with that.
Councilman Carlson.
a couple things. I'll use my words, not trying to put words in his mouth, but an example, Ms. Zellman, an example when the police chief was nominated, the administration used the language police chief without using interim, and I felt disrespected because city council had not approved not because of the person, but because the administration used the term police chief without qualifying it anyway. Any other, like we talked about president, anything like that, it would be interim or nominated or something like that. It wouldn't have the presumption that the person already has a position until approved. You wouldn't say somebody's a Supreme Court justice until the Senate approves them. And so you would say nominee. And so the presumption, and it was more like a marketing political tactic, I think, was just disrespectful to city council, but it also was disrespectful to the community. The community was very upset about that. And so I think this makes it clear. Councilmember Goods, I think the confusion is that what you've shown us here is an edit to the charter, and that would require a charter amendment. If you want to propose an ordinance, what I did today is I rewrote it in a different way so it would be an ordinance. So if you wanted an ordinance, what you would do is maybe take out this sentence and ask staff to come back to draft an ordinance based on that sentence. You wouldn't be able to edit the word appointment instead of nomination or anything like that without a charter amendment. And so you have to decide now whether you have the votes for a charter amendment versus an ordinance. I prefer a charter amendment. The last thing is, I tried to say the other day, this last sentence, if we were going to do a charter amendment, I know there's not probably enough support here, but there's a huge problem that the city attorney can also, unlike the other department heads, the city attorney, by Florida bar and by definition the charter, also reports to us. And without going into any details, every single day I run into some kind of issue with that. Where it looks like the city attorney's office is representing one of their clients against another. And we're going to have to, probably at some point, unless we define it in the charter, we're going to have to get a judge to decide who exactly is the client. It's very clear in the charter that it's not just the city that is the client, that it lists in detail who the clients are, and it even says the city attorney has to represent us individually. But the city attorneys that we've had in the last few years have interpreted it as that the city is their client, but then they act more like the mayor is their client. If we had the right to fire the city attorney, I think that would change that.
Councilman Miranda.
I can agree with what's been said at 6.03, other than under the charter, we have a legislative, which is the council members, and an administrative, which is the mayor, whoever the mayor may be, whoever the council members are. But the last part, and shall be filled only by a person who is an existing city employee, employee of the city, it means same thing. That's restricting whoever that mayor is, whoever, I'm not talking about now, down the lane, 10, 5 years, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, that happens, or it could happen tomorrow, I guess. That means that the pool has to come only from an existing city employee. That's what it says here.
Councilwoman Hertog.
No, it says that the interim appointment shall only be filled by a
Yeah.
person who is an existing. So interim means just for the time being. So what it would prevent is for the mayor to choose someone from a different part of the country, say San Francisco, and say, put them in as an interim and have them work as an interim for 6 months.
I understand that part.
But so you could have an interim, just like say Butch Delgado was an interim, but they ended up choosing a different candidate. But that person could have stayed the interim the entire time instead of being switched for the current police chief before she was voted on by this body. Am I getting that correct?
The question.
Ms. Zellman, you're at the podium.
And I apologize, this is getting off track, but I wanted to respond because Mr. Carlson said this, and I want to be clear again. I represent the city of Tampa as an entity. I don't represent any of you individually. I don't represent the mayor individually. I don't represent John Bennett or Kelly Austin or Jean Mayer individually. I represent the city of Tampa as an entity. So I just want that
Mr.
to
Chair,
be
I have to
clear.
respond to that, I'm sorry. That's just completely false.
No, it is not.
It says in 5.01A, and I'm just gonna cut out here, it says, the legal advisor to the mayor, the city council, and committees thereof, and all the several departments, officers, boards of the government, and then also, also in here, I lost it, but it talks about us individually as well. We need to get a judge to decide this.
No, it does not.
Because we can't, this is I don't want to, this is not for this argument and this motion, but this is ridiculous that we're getting an inaccurate opinion here.
I'd like to get on
Yeah.
this, because this, I think the issue of if she is a separate entity is a total different discussion. And if that's the case, that might need to be changed at a later date, showing that the city attorney is actually an entity, because when I read it, and other attorneys I've had read it, they don't appear that she's a separate entity. It appears that she represents the mayor, this council, and again, that's maybe a different day to look at somebody looking at interpretation. Mr. Shelby, that may be something you can research and get advice on that. But right now, I want to stick to this situation right here, so we can get this resolved and get this coming back.
And may I make one other
Ms.
comment about
Zellman.
the 6.03 change? I noticed that in this, you've deleted the language about resubmitting to the city council, the name of the appointee. When I was reviewing the minutes of or not the minutes, the recording of the Charter Review Commission, we actually talked about that at length. And one of the things that we talked about on the Charter Review Commission was that sometimes the mayor may submit a name to the council, they may vote that person down, then the mayor may want to meet with the individual council members and tell them a little bit more about the person, or the council may want to take the time to learn a little bit more about the person. And then the mayor would have the opportunity to resubmit the name. And that was actually added during our last Charter Review Commission in 2018 and discussed at length. So I just want to make the point that that was recently added, and now you're taking it out.
That's-
So just making the
Is that
comment.
added?
That is accurate. If you look at what was provided by Ms. Sagala, that was one of the changes that was in the ordinance to add that resubmit. So that would be a reversion back that was done by the voters the last time in 2019.
Where's that in the charter? I don't read that.
Goods.
Where's that in the charter, Morty? I don't see that.
What?
I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm gonna stick with leaving or resubmit out. I support the motion the way it stands right now.
But council, the question, I guess, was you wanted to do it in the form of an ordinance because the charter change, this is really,
Mr. Shelby.
yes, sir.
If you're telling me
Yes.
that we're gonna have an issue saying that it can't go by ordinance, then I'll just go ahead and take an up or down vote of the charter, whether the charter being changed. I mean, it's one or the other. So you tell me as my legal counsel what I can do to move this forward to get a vote via ordinance or charter so we can move on, sir. That's all I need to know, sir.
Well, then let me express a concern that this is off agenda, it's under new business, and it's really bringing back something that had the opportunity to be discussed on Tuesday. And the question is whether council acted, so it's almost as if you're doing it as a charter change, you're actually asking them to consider something that certainly would come back. It would, I don't even know the mechanics, it would have to be provided to the
You
attorney.
just add it to the other charter members.
Yeah.
One at a time, please. Mr. Shelby?
Yes,
Are
sir.
you finished? Give us a yes or no answer, please.
It's problematic to say that you're going to bring this back on December 1st as a charter change after you had that meeting on Tuesday. If you wanted to do it as an ordinance, and it can be done as an ordinance, and I don't know what the city attorney's position is, then that's a worthy discussion to have. But if council wants to move this as a charter change, it may be an issue that it came up under new business. I just want to make council aware.
Hurtak.
I thought we had decided that the charter was changeable by us at any time. So I don't say that just because we didn't deal with it on Tuesday, doesn't mean we can't deal with it in the future. We just chose a lawyer, so I think we have enough time to add one more thing. I'm not concerned with that at all. I think we just need a vote. Do you want to do this as a charter or not? It's up to you.
Right, you know, obviously you have doubts about the ordinance or whatever, so if that's the case, you know, we'll take an up or down vote. If that's the case, if they vote it down, then we come back, you tell me how we need to do as an ordinance, and we move from there, Mr. Shelby. But something has to be done about this section. We have a problem with this section.
If I
You're
may.
the lawyer, right, Mr.
Yeah, well, I'm actually going to the Tampa Hispanic Bar Association event that begins at 6 o'clock at Hotel Hyatt. I'm very sorry.
Just vote before you leave. If you're gonna vote, if you're gonna vote yes, you're gonna vote no.
I mean, if you want to bring it to a vote, I'll be glad to stay for
If we can end this discussion. Who made the motion? Councilman Gooch. Who seconded the motion? Councilman Maniscalco. My last discussion, we just did this 2 days ago. There's no need to be doing this again. Roll call vote.
I just want to be clear, this is draft, legal to draft the ordinance.
ordinance.
No, charter. Charter.
Miranda?
Yeah.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Vieira?
I want to make sure, I'm so sorry, it's been a long day for me, I've had lunch or dinner. We're voting on a charter amendment?
Yes, to draft it as language.
Okay, then no.
Respectfully.
Maniscalco?
Maniscalco, yes.
And Citro?
And here is the irony. You're sending this, I've heard today the distrust for the city attorney, but you're sending this to the city attorney to write it up. No.
Motion carried with Vieira and Citro voting no.
That blows my mind.
No, sir, it don't blow my mind. We talk about trust and verify. If she's got a job, her job is to
We
be a
have an
city
attorney
attorney.
right over there.
Right,
Why
I don't
is
need
he-
him to
why
write
isn't
it.
he writing it? Why isn't
If
he
she's the
writing it?
city attorney and she said to be,
Why isn't he
we're gonna have
writing
transparency,
Why isn't
that
he
pisses me off,
writing
Mr. Citro. You're always out of line. You treat this council like we're garbage.
No, no, there's no respect here.
You're right, you don't respect this council.
Is that all, Councilman Goode?
That's all, sir.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, I want to make a motion to bring an ordinance amending the city's charter to regulate the use of revenue for investigation or support for the prosecution of abortion and abortion-related care. Very quickly, turn to the second page. Basically, I want to add a section 7.12 regarding the use of revenue for the investigation or support for the prosecution of abortion and abortion-related care. I want to bring this back on December 1st. I think we have time to talk about it, but the ordinance is already written. So you have time to read it. You have a month to look at it, to talk about it, to talk to other people about it. It is written, and I'm just requesting respectfully. You all wanted me to do an ordinance. I think this is stronger. And the lawyers that I have talked to said that this fits with what is allowable. And I'm trying to do anything I can to support women and those who are healthcare workers that work with women. And I respectfully request your approval just to make a motion to bring this back December 1st.
And this was vetted by our city attorneys.
No, this is vetted by attorneys of mine.
Well, I have my own attorney, so I'm not gonna vote on it until they look at it.
They have looked at it.
No, my attorneys haven't looked at it.
Okay, again, that's why I'm saying, I'm asking to make a motion to bring it forward on December 1st, giving you a full month to have your attorneys look at it. First reading consideration, it is written.
And I just want to say for the record, that the drafters of this is Andrea Zellman, city attorney. The drafters of this put my name on this, but I did not draft it, and I do not recommend its approval. Unfortunately, this area has been preempted to the state, both the regulation of abortion clinics and the regulation of healthcare. And I cannot recommend that council go forward with this.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
This is not the regulation of healthcare. This is under revenue section for use of revenue for the investigation or support or prosecution of abortion and abortion-related care. So it is a semantic difference on whether or not it's healthcare or finance, which is why I'm giving you a month to look it over.
May I, sir, or if Councilwoman?
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. May I suggest, just for, because again, I don't want to leave in the middle of a vote like this, may I suggest that we bring it back for a report on feasibility?
No.
I mean, okay.
No, I want an up or down vote on this.
Yeah, and if I may, I do too, but in other words, bringing it back so that staff can take a look at it, to analyze it, and that's fine, you say.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by. We have a motion. Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Goods. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco?
Could I make a statement? I saw a draft of this.
Councilman Carlson.
I saw a draft of this a few days ago, but I haven't seen, just now I'm seeing this draft. I would vote for having it come back in a few days, which would still give us enough time by December 1st, but I don't want to vote to move something forward I haven't even looked at. If it's short, then that's fine, but there's something this long, I don't know what's in it.
Roll call vote, please.
Maniscalco?
No.
Vieira?
No, with the qualifications.
Goods?
Yes.
Carlson? Hurtak?
Yes.
Miranda?
No.
And Citro.
No.
Motion failed with Miranda, Carlson, Vieira, Maniscalco, and Citro voting no.
Okay, I have another one. I make a motion to set a special discussion meeting on either November 8th or November 10th at 8 a.m. in the Sister Cities room to discuss the progression of meetings, including order of business, staff reports versus memos, and public comment.
Can we do November 10th? That would be supportive.
That's fine.
What time?
8 a.m. I said it in my...
I thought we were lucky to get you here at 9.
You know what? I'm at the point that I'll be here at 6.
Fantastic. Can we also have rules and procedures involved with that too?
Sure.
Absolutely. Can.
Excellent. Thank you.
And I will be providing
I
each
will,
council member.
1,000. Here, I second that motion.
Motion from Councilmember Hurtak. Enthusiastic second by Chairman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
This is November 10th, 8 a.m. in the Sister
So that would
City.
be excuse me, would that be a special discussion meeting for, is that on your motion? What did you say?
Special discussion.
She put down a special
Yes.
discussion meeting? Okay.
Roll call vote, ma'am.
Vieira? Goods? It was to have a special discussion meeting.
If I can, just before you vote, that is an hour prior to the CRA next Thursday, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, then that has to be noticed, and I'll get that going and make sure the council has copies of the rules of procedure.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with VR being absent at vote.
Anything else before we receive the file?
Wait.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Nothing, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
If I could real fast, sorry. One of the things we talked about, one of the things we talked about the other day was a naming convention, and it was recommended to bring it back as an ordinance. And so I'd like to make a motion to ask the city attorney to return on December 15th with a draft ordinance that will codify the naming procedures recommended by the mayor's naming committee, and to establish a process whereby the mayor and city council will both approve any proposed naming of a city building, place, or road. Oh, sorry, here's copies of it.
You have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak.
If I may ask a question, sir?
Any discussion?
Yes, sir. There is a naming committee, is that correct? Or no?
Yeah, there was a whole process that the mayor set up a naming committee that advised on the naming process. And the point here is that there was an executive order that the mayor put forward. We did not codify that, and I don't want to codify that executive order because it has a bad whereas clause in it. But to take the guts of it, which is the process the mayor recommended, and put that into an ordinance, and we would codify that, but then we would add that a name must be approved by city council and the mayor. We cannot name something without the mayor, and the mayor can't name something without us.
If I could interrupt briefly, could you ask the clerk, because I think you already have a motion pending for this December 15th that reads almost exactly that way, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, because of the discussion the other day,
Okay.
I wanted to go ahead and put it into the.
No, but I think it's already on the calendar, I believe.
The 15th of,
I believe it's scheduled to come back on the 15th of December.
Yeah, so this would,
Yeah, it is.
we had a long discussion the other day, so all this would do is give us a draft ordinance.
So the motion you have currently for December 15, legal staff to draft an ordinance for discussion that will codify the mayor's recommended process for naming buildings, roads, structures, and other city property, and to establish an approval process that will require approval of the mayor and city
That's
council
it.
on
Yes.
December 15.
that's it.
Yes, thank you.
So it's already there. And we'll come back with something.
No, so that's the motion I just made,
Well,
right?
that was withdrawn. It's already on the agenda.
Okay.
You want to see the calendar? You have it.
Okay, did I miss it? Okay, let me,
See where I could check mark.
wow. Okay, I have a bad memory, I guess, from COVID or something. The other thing I want to say is this morning I started to make a motion regarding incident this morning. Since then, over lunch, I talked to the two parties. I talked to both sides of the issue, and both would like to move forward without me making a motion. So I will not make a motion about that subject.
Move to receive and file.
If I can, that is, just so you're clear on the subject matter, that is on section 2.14 about an investigation. Is that relevant to that subject? I just want to be clear for the purposes of the motion.
I'm not making a motion.
Oh, you're withdrawing the
I
discussion?
didn't.
Oh, that's, I got it.
Yeah, I'm not, I'm just saying, I withdrew my motion earlier,
Oh.
and I'm saying now that I'm not going to make a motion.
Understood, I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilman Citro, you have a motion, sir?
Yes,
Mr.
please, and
Chairman,
thank
I'm
you. Thank you. I move to present accommodation to the Rotary Club of Tampa for their 2022 Flags for Hillsborough Heroes program, which will take place on November 11th, 2022 at Hillsborough County Veterans Park. This event consists of more than 200 flags that will fill Veterans Memorial Park in Tampa from November 10th to November 12th, 2022, as a tribute to the strength of the community now and in the future. Each flag will bear a medallion with the name of the honoree, their service information, the sponsor's name, and will be tended and properly illuminated for the public to visit and view.
Motion from Chairman Citro, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Moved to receive and file?
A motion to receive and file from Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. We're adjourned.